Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the Kane's Wrath 1v1 R12 New Maps Tournament, hosted proudly by GameReplays.org. My name is Spartacus, and boy do we have some action here for you today, folks. It is going to be a good one, and just a quick public service announcement before we get too deep into the cast, because I want you guys that are watching the video after the fact to know what is going on. Just a PSA about the last event, the Tib Wars 10th anniversary tournament. That video is up. You can find it. It's as an unlisted video on my channel right now. Long story short, without getting too deep into it, there was an issue with the encoding in YouTube when the event finally was posted to VOD, and apparently when I dropped frames in stream, it actually forces the video to be out of sync with the audio in the final video file on YouTube. I have no idea why YouTube allows that to happen, but it does. So what I'm doing is I'm actually recording locally as well to make sure that if that does in fact happen with this event, it's not a big problem. I can just drop that video and upload the full tournament cast here. And probably what I do is if that happens again, I'll more than likely just edit down all of the BS time in between games, because I know everybody loves that. But anyways, I just wanted to let you guys know what was going on with that, because I know everybody has been like crying out to me trying to figure out what the heck happened to that video. You can still find it if you want, and you can try to figure out how to deal with the audio and video sync. There's ways to do it, but I will upload that as soon as I possibly can. There's a lot of outlying factors that I can't really get into right now that are the reasons for not reposting that just yet, but it will be up in the near future, so keep an eye out for that. But anyways, today's tournament, because I spent way too long talking about stuff that doesn't matter, today's tournament is going to be a 1v1 new map tournament. So new maps going to be in the R12 pack here, and the majority of these are from community member and vaunted tournament winner Technique, and we'll have to see if he's able to win today. So to run through the map pool real quick, it will be Het Platland. I'm not sure if I'm saying that right. Het Platland. I'm sure you guys out there will probably correct me. Six City, Tournament Galaxy, Tournament Highlands, Tournament Odyssey, and Tiberium Rift, as well as Battle Base Beaverton. Except there is a caveat that Battle Base Beaverton can only be played in the finals if it goes to a match point. I'm not sure what that's for. I think it's mostly just because we want to see those other maps played. I think we've seen Battle Base before, so we won't worry too much about that. I believe Battle Base is actually one of Zypher Bullet's maps, so again, I'm not sure exactly who created all of these. I'm pretty sure it's Technique created pretty much all of them except for Battle Base Beaverton. I do apologize to any map creators out there. You can be sure to send me the angry PMs to my inbox. But anyways, today's tournament, it will be a single elimination 1v1 event. Gonna be best of 3 up to the round of, or rather up to the semifinals, best of 5 semifinals, and then the finals will be best of 7. So our starting maps for the round of 16 will be Het Platland. I don't know why I want to say Het Petland, but I'm going to probably call it Pet Hatland, something like that later on. But Het Platland going to be the first map for the round of 16. Round of 8 going to be Tiberium Rift. Round of 4, which will be the semifinal, will be starting off on Tournament Odyssey, and the round of 2, the finals and third place matches, will start off on Six City. So just to keep in mind, all of the maps that you're going to see here today, folks, are from that map pool. So we probably will see a lot of repeats, but again, this is really to get those maps out there, get them tested in the tournament environment. Wow, I'm slurring words here this morning. And we're going to see how that works out. So anyways, that is going to be it. And I think the brackets are live. Let me just take a quick look. Okay, yes, I did get permission from our vaunted tournament officials that the brackets are in fact live, so you guys can check out that link for yourself down in the description, but I will throw that up on the screen for you right now. And there it is, bracket is live. So nice short small tournament here today, but it looks like we've got what, let's see, 12, we got 16 people, right? No, am I counting wrong? It's 12 people. Why can't I count? Anyways, it will be We Got the Rockets facing off against Numbfish to face off against Mr. Whitey, Jake White, down in the round of 8. And then Rocks 4i versus Technique, again, the map creators of most of these maps, if not all of them, aside from Battle Base Beaverton, going to be facing off for a shot at Lion Cub in the round of 8. And then Aggressor RU versus Dimitri in the round of 16, going to be shooting it out for a spot against Durand 411 in the round of 8. And then Master Relief versus Senna down in the round of 16 to face off against Terod. I'm not sure who Terod is. I've seen his name around, actually. I have to rescind my comment. I have seen his name around. I'm not sure if he goes by a different name. But anyways, Terod going to be in the round of 8 as well. So a nice, short, small tournament, but not too bad. And it should be some interesting games. And that's kind of what we'd hope for in a situation like this. I mean, if we went to a round of 32 with like 7 maps, we're probably going to get pretty beat and tired of those maps after the end of the day. But anyways, that is our bracket update. So we are going to be jumping into our first game momentarily, everybody, so be sure to stick around. And I'm not sure why the background is not showing up, so let me fix that. Hello everybody and welcome to game number 1 of our best of 3 round of 16 series, and that brings us to the map Het Platland. And spawning down in the bottom left corner as the blue marked of Kane, we have Numbfish. And his opponent for today, or rather for this round, over on the far right hand side as, wow, very far right hand side, as the magenta, or rather purple, oh, I don't actually know what faction he is. Let's take a look. GDI, I should have known that before I did this. Purple GDI, we got the Rockets. So it is going to be game number 1 in Het Platland up on the top. And please, again, correct me if I am wrong, but we will have to see. And, ooh, actually some barrels here to destroy that tip spike. I have not actually seen a whole lot on this map, to be honest, so this should be kind of a learning experience for me as well. Some of you guys out there are very familiar with these maps, but I am, in fact, not. I've been quite busy in the recent months, but anyways, not going to worry about it at all, as these guys are more than likely just going to be ecoing here pretty early. The rush distance is super long, and to be honest, it's pretty easily scouted, and the fact that It is marked of Kane and GDI. Not a whole lot of early aggressive options. I mean, honestly, this map would actually not be terrible, I don't think, for early aircraft, like maybe going to Orcas, just because the rush distance is so far. They have a lot of room to move around, and they can use all these water hazards, we'll call them, because I was out golfing yesterday. The water hazards working to their advantage, but anyways, it is going to be a Raider buggy moving in here for Numbfish. He knows that he's up against some kind of a GDI faction, so if he was going to see aircraft, they would probably already be hitting him. Or I guess maybe it would be a little bit further off. But anyways, expansion on the move here for Numbfish up in the top left, and he's looking to get that expansion up and running. In the meantime, we got the rockets going to be going for that expansion. Oh man, trying to trip up the MCV a little bit there, but not going to be able to hold it up all that much. Rocket's going to be at his expansion, so slightly ahead in terms of getting his expansion up and running here. Numbfish, actually, he's going to drop a power plant before going for any kind of a refinery, so Rockets may actually get the edge there in terms of getting his next refinery down, and this is just a scouting engagement. That's why I haven't really spent too much time looking at it. These guys are going to be shooting it out for a while, as these garrisons have a ridiculous amount of health. I do believe Numbfish will win that fight just due to the fact that his garrison has more HP. But anyways, not going to worry about this at all, as we do see Raider buggy, or rather Pitbull getting chased down by a Raider buggy. He's going to try to damage that, but that Raider buggy will lose that fight. At least I think it will. Well, not if it's shooting at the rear armor here. But I don't think Rockets cares too much. He's just coming in for some scouting information. He does not really care too much if he loses that Pitbull. Honestly, if you can keep it alive, that's the best case scenario, but if it does in fact go down, it is not the end of the world here for Rockets. And nice eco here being established by Numbfish. So these guys are going to be playing it out pretty safe so far. Let's see what Rockets is up to in the meantime. He is just working on eco as well, but only has one refinery. Okay, so it's one refinery on both sides. I thought I saw two refineries over there. Second war factory comes down now for Rockets. And he's going to be getting some more harvesters up here. Pitbull's coming out now, and probably going to be a bit of a Pitbull transition here from Rockets. Yeah, this is about the time that you'd like to see that. The double war factory is usually the point at which you start seeing double war factory pits. And that Raider buggy is going to try to run away as these Pitbulls try to parkour around that terrain. But anyways, we're going to be seeing a lot of Raider buggies out here for Numbfish, and we'll have to see what he chooses to do with these. Nobody... Oh, no, actually, Numbfish did repair his Tiberium Spike. Let's see what's going on with Rockets. Rockets chose not to repair his, so his Tiberium Spike is at half HP, and I believe those barrels are there to potentially be a harassment opportunity. I think that can be sniped. I'm not 100% positive about it, but... Oh, actually, there's an EMP control center up on the top side of the map as well. Very interesting up there. And double war factory at the expansion here coming out for Rockets, or rather for Numbfish, and that has been spotted. In the meantime, down lower on the map, we have Pitbulls moving in here for Rockets. He's going to look to get some harvester harassment done here, and he's got 4 Pitbulls in here at that, so getting a fair bit of damage on that harvester. Numbfish pulling that off the line, doing a pretty good job. Needs to keep microing. No, he actually doesn't, because the Pitbulls are being annihilated, and the Pitbulls are, in fact, all dead now, so... Very nice control there from Numbfish to keep that harvester alive. A little bit of aggression there coming in from Rockets, but not going to be enough to take that down. Tier 2 is down now for Numbfish, more than likely going straight to Tier 3, as Tier 2 is not all that fearsome here for Marked of Kane, and I chuckled a little bit because I saw this up here. We'll check back in on that in a minute. That's kind of an interesting little thing. But anyways, Pitbull's getting caught out here by the bike buggy here again. Rocket's taking a pretty bad engagement, and Numbfish going to come out on top big time, and he has a ton of bike buggy, but it's already been a Predator transition here for Rockets, but his Predator tanks are way out of position here, as they need to be pulling back to base. As you can see, they're completely cut off on that side of the water here, and they're going to get into a choke, and they need to come around this bend right now, and they could actually get a decent flank. But again, this is the problem with these Predator tanks. They're great when you can get up close and personal, but the problem is it's getting up close and personal. Wow, he actually took a shot from over the little water feature here. Very interesting indeed. Lots of bikes out here for Numbfish. I think he's invested maybe a little bit too heavily in this bike buggy. He has a lot of map pressure right now. I don't know that he needs to commit anything more into that. Another MCV coming down here for Numbfish. Pretty standard from Marked of Kane, because the double, or rather multi-MCV base push is pretty nasty coming out from them with those supercharged particle beams on those shredder turrets. But anyways, Predator tank's going to be moving across the Tiberium field, but getting shot up pretty hardcore here. Not a lot of target selection coming in from rockets, and he's going to lose a lot of Predator tanks here, but he's going to be able to hold the line. Has not really lost anything in the way of harvesters, and now he is going to get hit with a Tib Vane detonation and take a lot of damage from that. Harvester down to half HP. Those bikes should be looking to harass that, but they don't seem to care too much about it. And whoa, railgun mammoth tanks. Okay, railguns are done here for rockets. This thing is going to be devastating for this force. Tiberium core missiles are online here for Numbfish. The rockets coming out with the big guns here, bringing in the dual railguns of the mammoth tanks here to hold the line. And again, this is just going to kind of solidify the fact that he's going to have to play defensive in this game and give up map control here to Numbfish. Numbfish could look to use this opportunity to grab away the EMP control spike up on the top side of the map, or maybe even look to either steal or snipe the Tiberium spike up in the top right corner. But while the action has died down, I just do want to give away this feature here. This is like, it's a little an endless run here for this civilian trying to get away from that little Visceroid. Oh man, and it's happening on both sides. So of course, the mirror aspect of tournament maps, these guys are going to be running for their lives for the rest of their lives. But anyways, it's going to be a Redeemer engineering facility right on the front lines here for Numbfish. He's gone for an expansion towards the middle of the map, so lots of eco here coming in from Numbfish. He's got triple MCV, I think? Yeah, it's at least triple MCV here, so he's got himself spread out pretty far, and this is where this map pressure is really important. But the problem is that if Rockets is able to get stabilized and start wrestling away some of this map control, this is going to be a problem here for Numbfish, because he doesn't really have any way of stopping this. He is in fact marked of Kane though, so these Awakened squads are going to be great against these railgun mammoth tanks, because they're going to be able to lock them down and allow these avatars to do some work. But now the question is, will Numbfish be able to hold the line here? That's a lot of power coming into this field, and his Tib Vane detonation is already offline. Let's take a look and see what's happening on the backside of things. It looks like we do have harvesters being harassed by Numbfish, and that one mammoth tank should be able to hold a line against this force, though it might get kited out. But let's take a look back in the original fight. It looks like it is going to be Obelisk coming down here from Numbfish. He's going to have to spam them down. He is triple MCV, so he should be able to do this, but the MCV is likely going to be getting cleaned up here by Rockets. He wants to start eliminating these as quickly as possible, eliminate this build on the expansion. That's going to be pretty critical. He has a lot of mammoth tanks. Oh my god. That is a ridiculous number of mammoth tanks, and I don't think Numbfish was expecting him to move out with this. That's why he's hitting so hard back in Rockets, or rather, yes, back in Rockets base. And Shockwave Artillery comes out. What's it going to hit? I think he's looking for the bikes, but Shockwave Artillery on bikes is really kind of a wasted effort, because you're not really ever going to get them. But Zone Trooper is actually not a bad idea, because they're going to kill these guys off very quickly, and they do manage to hold the line. So nice Zone Trooper transition there, and now Rockets just pounding through this base. You don't see this very often, where mammoth tanks are able to just run right through a base like this. But Numbfish, with the build decision that he went for, is just not going to allow him to hold on against this. He really needs to get out Awakened squads and EMP these guys down. I'm not sure why he's not drafting Awakened squads right now. He should definitely be looking to do that and get out those Shredder turrets and EMP these mammoth tanks, but he's just not able to do that here. And he's trying to use the ball from the sold-off hand of Nod to destroy these mammoth tanks, but it's just taking so long. He's taking so much damage. Tier 4 is sold off there from Numbfish, and he's now under more and more pressure. Finally, the EMP's coming out here from Numbfish. He gets one EMP, but I don't know that it's going to matter so much, because these Obelisks just get annihilated so fast. And Marv going to be following up, as well as some Zone Troopers that are going to be joining the fight. More than likely going to be looking to jump into that Marv. And man, this base is just taking an unbelievable amount of damage. Redeemer is joining the fight now, but it's taking a ridiculous amount of damage as well, as now it's going to be forced to cut and run. And no garrisons inside of that either. No rocket squads, no engineers, as there are no flame weapons for Marked of Kane. So it's really just going to be relying on this Redeemer to be a frontline tank. But now it is taking rear armor damage, I believe, here, and the Redeemer taking a lot of damage. It's going to draw these two mammoth tanks into a nice little chokehold of two Obelisks, but they're going to get dropped very quickly. Man, those mammoth tanks just do insane amounts of damage, and Orca's going to be on the move here for Rockets. I like the transition into air. He knows he's got a lot of pressure on the ground and is forcing Numbfish to drop Obelisk. He's not going to be able to drop anti-air turrets as well, so I really like that transition. That's smart forward thinking. But anyways, Tiberium Spike going to be under fire now for Numbfish, and more than likely going to be losing that, as we will see that go down. And Redeemer does get a... Don't be fooled by the garrison on the top. That is not, in fact, flame weaponry. That is the Tiberium weapon, or rather the Tiberium gun of the TIB troopers, I believe. But anyways, Obelisk will be going down here to that Mar. Very, very tanky indeed, and has a lot of damage output with those zone trooper garrisons. Oh, but air tower is out, but it's looking to get bombed down here, and that's unfortunate. That is unfortunate. Radar scan came in to reveal that as well, but supercharged particle beam Venom's going to be chasing down these Orcas. Should be able to get a couple kills before they get back into range of base. And we did see the Redeemer get off a nice rage gen, and actually these Mammoth tanks doing a lot of work against one another here. It's a bit unfortunate, but Tier 3 does go down. Tier 2 going to be under fire as well. And, ooh, needs to get an anti-air turret out to defend his Orcas back at home. I'm surprised he didn't already have that queued. Did he lose his MCV? Where's his MCV? His MCV is very far forward. I think he forgot about it. I'm not sure what it's doing, but I think he's hoping that he can just kill off Numbfish here in this game, and he should be able to. It's not going to be too much of a big deal. GG comes in from Numbfish, and that is going to be it for game number 1. We got the Rockets, picks up game 1. So an interesting choice going into Mammoth tanks. I mean, I was a little bit hesitant with it early on because of the fact that Numbfish had so much map control with that bike buggy, but again, he invested so heavily in that it was pretty tough to make that work over the long haul, because those bike buggy, while they're great at harassing, they're not great at tanking a front line, especially against stuff like Predator tanks and, I mean, Railgun Predator tanks and Railgun Mammoth tanks. Gonna be devastating. Even with that TIB core upgrade on the bikes, it's still not going to be enough to really be worthwhile up against those Mammoth tanks, because they just do so much damage with the railguns. But anyways, that's going to be it for game 1. Pretty convincing victory here for We Got the Rockets. We'll have to see if Numbfish can strike back in game 2, and that's coming up momentarily, everybody, so be sure to stick around. Hello everybody, and welcome to game number 2 of our best of 5, best of 3, best of 3, best of 3 round of 16 series. And that brings us to the map, Tournament Highlands. And spawning on the far left-hand side as the orange-black hand, we have Numbfish. And then over to the far right-hand side, the man that's up 1-0 winning last game on Het Platland, I'm going to get it right eventually, as the purple-black hand, we got the Rockets. So it is 1-0 over in favor of Rockets, so he's going to be looking to clean up this series here in this game. And in the meantime, Numbfish has an opportunity to bring us to an ace match if he takes this game off of Rockets, and it's going to be a black hand mirror matchup this time around. And we do hear a Tiberium Spike being captured here for Numbfish on the bottom side, and Rocket's going to be grabbing his up on the top side without too much trouble as well. A bike out straight away here for Rockets. An interesting scouting option here. Maybe going to be looking to do some early harassment, but one bike is not going to be all that powerful. Actually, no, there is a buggy out, so maybe looking to use the bike to snipe the buggy. Not sure where the bike went. Can't actually see it on the map. They're rallying down to the south, so it is going to be a bike rush here coming in from Rockets. Don't often see that, and we'll see how effective it is. It is only going to be 3 bikes, so should be able to be held off by Cabal Squad drafts, even with the reduced power of those Cabal Squad drafts. Oh no, he's packed up his MCV. I think this is a mistake. He should be drafting Shredder turrets right now, or a Hand of Nod, one or the other, but he's going to unpack right now, and he's going to have to dance with this Harvester around the War Factory. Scorpion Tank comes out. The Harvester is still alive. It's so close to going down. It finally does go down, so Rockets, he could just run away right now, and I think he could be pretty happy with this. Not a bad trade at all, and even if he lost that one bike, it wouldn't be bad. I mean, killing off a Harvester, even with a little bit of Tiberium in it, is definitely worthwhile, and these 3 bikes still kicking around. I don't think it's necessary to keep them here. They're obviously not going to do anything against 2 Scorpion Tanks, and those Scorpion Tanks are not going to move out, so it's not like he's going to get an opportunity to move back in. But Raider Buggy moves in here for Numbfish, going to be getting some scouting information on Rockets. He's going to see that he's gone for an expansion, and so delaying the expansion here a little bit for Numbfish, as he did have to sit there and deal with the bikes, and he's also forced a bit of economy to be spent on Scorpion Tanks early on. Whoa, deploying his MCV pretty far away. I don't know about the decision there. Maybe he's going to look to go into Tier 2 straight away. That would be kind of interesting, go into Tier 2 and then go for like some kind of a flame tank move, or but he does have to deal with bikes, so I don't know how effective that's going to be. We'll have to see what his choice is going to be. Again, I question the MCV placement here from Numbfish. He's going to be very far away from his expansion, but maybe he's trying to keep his MCV back at home. Second War Factory comes down, so maybe that's why this was placed here. It's actually not a bad War Factory placement because it's kind of in between both his main... Whoa, he sells his MCV. That's why he moved it so weirdly. MCV sell here for Numbfish. He is double War Factory all in. Double War Factory, double Refinery all in here for Black Hand. Not something you see all that often anymore, but we are going to see that now. And Rockets, the question is, will he spot this in time? He is double War Factory as well, and he should be doing all right in eco. The question is, will he need to sell his MCV in response? He's going to see the engineer, so he more than likely knows what is up now. That will go down, and now they're just going to get milked the second they come out of this War Factory. This is a devastating situation here for Numbfish. Going all in like that and not being able to get any units out is really a problem, and not sure how he's going to respond to this. It is going to be, ooh, a Harvester actually doing a little bit of dancing there for us as well. But let's take a look and see what's going down bottom right. There is some bike buggy down in the bottom right corner doing some Harvester harassment here, as I did miss this just a second ago, but another Harvester going to be going down by the looks of it. He's doing some nice fancy footwork. I was trying to say dancing or fancy footwork, and they both came out at the same time. But anyways, Rockets is going to hold that and drops the Hand of Nod to get out some, rather to use the ball to try to crush the units, but yeah, just these Scorpion Tanks not going to be able to do anything. I'm not quite sure why Numbfish even sent them across the map. He's just streaming units into their deaths right now, so maybe a bit frustrated from the way this game went early on, but he's not looking so great right now, as he's getting some Harvester harass, but he's taking a lot of bike damage in return, and the problem is that Rockets has the economy advantage right now, and he's also getting out a lot of Scorpion Tanks, and those Scorpion Tanks, as this double War Factory all-in goes along, it's going to be favoring Rockets pretty heavily, as Numbfish is still spending on Double War Factory Bike Buggy right now. It looks like he is stalled for cash, or he's trying to build something. This looks like it's taking too long to build anything reasonable, so more than likely going to be an MCV coming out there from Numbfish, probably going to try to transition out of this. I mean, I don't know that I disagree with the decision to go all in, because, I mean, he was definitely in a bad spot, but I question some of the movement decisions here. Very nice pickup there from Numbfish. That's exactly what you want to be seeing. Catch units out on their own, and these Scorpion tanks not as threatening here when they are by themselves. He's actually going to get himself another full harvester here as well, and shouldn't stick around for that empty harvester. No, he is going to stick around, and he's going to look to kill that off as well. He does get it. He's going to pay for that with a lot more bike buggy, but actually that might have been worth it, because he's stalled the harvesting on this field entirely, and Rockets, in his haste to get down the refinery, unfortunately placed it a little bit wonky there. But it looks like it is bike buggy coming in for harassment on the other side of the map. And, oh, Numbfish, he needs to unpack his MCV. He needs to unpack his MCV. Oh my god, is he going to lose his MCV? Numbfish! Numbfish! No, don't lose the MCV, please, please. Oh no, he lost his MCV. GG comes in from Numbfish. That was, yeah, I agree. Unfortunate there for Numbfish, more than likely looking elsewhere. When he looked back, it was just a little bit too little too late, and Rockets is going to clean up the series. Man, that 3 bikes, I had my moment of hesitation with whether or not they were going to be effective, but they got the snipe down on a single harvester, forced out a response from Numbfish, slowed down the expansion, and that caused Numbfish to go into a panic, and he decided to go Double War Factory all in, but took some bad engagements. Took some good engagements towards the end of the game, was getting some nice snipes on some lone Scorpion tanks that were off by themselves when they shouldn't have been. Always use the buddy system with the Scorpion tanks. And then he was able to get some harvesters as well, but unfortunately back at home, transitioning back into that MCV, getting it sniped by just a small bit of bike buggy from We Got the Rockets, just completely turned that game on its head, and pretty much nullified any chance of Numbfish getting himself back into that game. So an unfortunate set of events there that just kind of spiraled out of control for Numbfish, but anyways, a good effort nonetheless. And We Got the Rockets going to be moving on, taking a 2-0 victory there against Numbfish, so he's going to be moving on into the quarterfinals, the round of 8. And we'll have to see who he's up against later on. But anyways, that's going to be it for this series. We'll check in on the brackets and where everything else is at the moment. So be sure to stick around. All right, everybody, so I am aware of what is going on as far as the bracket, so it's looking like most of the series have just concluded as well. I think we beat just a couple of them by a few seconds back into the lobby. But anyways, going right from the top, we got the Rockets versus Numbfish. We know the results of that one because we were there for it. 2-0 in favor of We Got the Rockets, so he's going to be going on to face off against Mr. Whitey, Jake White. He's going to be playing in the round of 8. And then Technique took a 2-0 victory over Rocks 4i, and he's going to be moving on to face off against Lion Cub. I believe they're already underway because I didn't see them in the lobby. And then down below that, we have Dimitri taking a 2-0 victory over Aggressor RU, and is moving on to face off against Durand 411. And then down below that, Masterleaf taking a 2-0 victory over Senna to move on to play against Terod. So yeah, you can see We Got the Rockets just getting updated now. And yes, so we are fully into the round of 8, the quarterfinals. And that will be a best of 3 starting off on Tiberium Rift. I'm not sure why it's called Tiberian Rift here on Challenge, but not a big deal. But anyways, Tiberium Rift going to be the first map of the round of 8, and that should be coming up momentarily, everybody, so be sure to stick around. Hello, everybody, and welcome to game number 1 of our best of 5, or best of, oh my god. Hello, everybody, and welcome to game number 1 of our best of 3 quarterfinal series, and the first game brings us to the map, Tiberium Rift. And spawning up in the top left position as the Cyan GDI, we have Durand 4111. 11111111. I'm just going to call him Durand. But down on the bottom right corner, his opponent for this match as the green black hand, we have Dimitri. So this is game number 1 in Tiberium Rift, not to be confused with Tournament Rift or Twisted Rift. This is in fact Tiberium Rift, somewhat eerily similar to Twisted Rift, but we won't worry too much about that, as there are different iterations that can be made on a map like that. But anyways, it is going to be GDI versus Black Hand, and I believe Durand 411 went random, so not knowing what he was going to get up against Dimitri's Black Hand, I mean, it's alright, I guess. I mean, all of the factions are reasonably well equipped to deal with Black Hand, particularly now that they have been nerfed in R12, at least to a reasonable extent, as we do see just a 4-member Black Hand, or rather Confessor Cabal squad. They are still going to make mincemeat of that Rifleman squad, as they don't even take a shot. They just get gunned down there. Going to be preventing the scout here. So Dimitri is completely unscouted at the moment. That's more than likely going to mean a pit bull coming out from Durand, and that's exactly what it's going to be for him. Also gets himself a nice little bunker here, or foxhole rather, at the blue Tiberium field. So going to be able to spot out anytime a harvester is headed there, at least until any infantry upgrades are done, at which point he's more than likely just going to die. MCV goes back, so Dimitri, not sure what he was doing with that. He did beacon it. I don't know what he was doing. Maybe he forgot or had a misrally of his MCV. I honestly am not sure what he was doing there. Now his harvesters are taking a bit of harassment. He doesn't seem to be too concerned with it. More than likely going to be a Scorpion tank out to deal with this, as bikes would be made short work of. No, it is going to be a bike. Okay. He's going to take a lot of punishment on that harvester for that decision, but MCV is on the move now. As you can see, Durand 411, his MCV is at his expansion, but he hasn't unpacked, so he had a bit of an early advantage here, but has kind of squandered it a little bit, more than likely dealing with those pit bulls on the other side of the map. And is going to have to run by a Confessor Cabal squad, going to take quite a bit of damage on its way out. Gets down to about half HP, so that could take some follow-up damage to be taken out pretty quickly here. As we do see some bikes moving around down on the south, we do have a single Confessor Cabal squad up on the top side of the map. Going to get gunned down here by the harvester. I thought he was going to go in for the crush, but no, he's going to choose to just gun it down instead. But now Durand, he needs to be careful. If he drops that refinery, his harvester is going to be under fire straight away. Should be looking to power that down, and he does. Very quick micro there from Durand, going to be powering that one down. And the foxhole is still alive here. Pitbull's on the move, looking to cut off these bikes down on the bottom side of the map. And more than likely will not actually see them. Dimitri kind of tucking them away into the corner there to keep them around for later. And more than likely just going to keep moving around here, get some map control with those bikes. Probably going to be joining forces with some additional bikes later on. We haven't seen a lot in the way of units here from Dimitri, as he seems to just be content ecoing here in this game. Second War Factory coming down for him. And Pitbull's on the bottom side of the map, more than likely looking for any units that are hiding out in these corners. Not sure. He definitely didn't see that from my stream, if those of you are wondering if that's how he knew they were down there. There is quite a big delay. No possible way he would have seen that by now. So anyways, Pitbull's going to be on the move here for Durand. He's just trying to defend against the inevitable bike buggy coming out from Dimitri. And the problem that he's having right now is he has no idea where that bike buggy is, and that's based on a good effort here from Dimitri. And it's a lot of Pitbulls on the top side of the map. And yeah, Dimitri's actually going to see this, so he's going to feel comfortable to engage on the bottom side. And watchtowers coming down here from Durand, but he's going to lose a few harvesters here for sure. One harvester immediately getting pulled off the line here, but he needs predator tanks, and he needs them now. One predator tank does come out, and the question is how many harvesters are going to go down. One harvester did go down straight away, and Dimitri's just going to choose to cut and run here. I agree with that decision. Take the good trade and then back off. And now we have Pitbulls moving in here. Bikes going down left and right here for Dimitri, taking a bad trade back at home. A lot of bikes going down there. Definitely going to be a worthwhile trade there for Durand. And actually, I think taking down that number of bikes is slightly even better than taking down harvesters, but he's going to look to kill off some harvesters now. If he can get one harvester as well, that's going to be real good. But the problem is Durand does not want to stick around here because the rocket squads, as well as the bikes joining the battle again from Dimitri, it's going to be pretty bad here for Durand. No, actually, he's still got a number of pit bulls that are left alive, but as the Raider buggies join the battle, this is going to cause problems. And again, this is a matter of overcommitment to a move like this. He got a good trade. He should have just backed off and forced Dimitri to chase him out. He's choosing to continue to run through and allow Dimitri to clean up all of these units. And once all of these units are done, then Durand is going to turn right, or rather, Dimitri's going to turn right around and fire back at Durand. So Harvester's taking a lot of damage, though, and another Harvester will go down. Man, this is a lot of pit bull pressure here from Durand for 1-1-1. 41-11, I guess. Durand, nonetheless, putting a lot of pressure on, but he's going to lose all of his pit bulls, as we do see the remaining infantry just standing on Tiberium up on the top side, so no additional harassment coming in there. The remainder of the pit bulls do finally go down, and the seemingly unrelenting pressure from Durand will finally stop, and Dimitri is on the move for the expansion. No expansion coming out here from Durand. Is already up to tier 3, but doesn't really have much to show for it. No upgrades coming through, so maybe going to be looking to go for a Marv early on here. Juggernauts coming out. Ooh, I don't know about the decision to go into Juggernauts at this stage of the game. I mean, yeah, sure, they're going to be good, but he's pretty far away, and those Juggernauts are going to have to run a pretty long distance to be in range of anything. I would have thought to go for an expansion and then maybe look to move and build some Juggernauts at the expansion, but anyways, he is going to have to just settle for the fact that Dimitri has map control for the time being. Again, I think it was just an overcommitment into that field. He did get some good trades, but I just don't think it was worth it in the long haul here, as Dimitri definitely now has a considerable hold on the map. He's actually looking for an opportunity to do some harvester harassment on the bottom side, and this is the problem for Durand. By going for this heavy tier 3 composition right now, he's left himself pretty wide open to being harassed if he tries to go for any kind of an expansion, so he has to stay back at home. And that means that Dimitri can really look to capitalize on this by getting a massive economy advantage, and is more than likely going to look to take over control of the blue Tiberium field as well, and could even look to maybe even starve out Durand by taking the southern Tiberium field as well, but that might be a little bit too aggressive. MCV on the move for Durand. That's going to go down. What the heck was the plan there, Durand? Sneaky MCV move from Durand. That's going to die instantly to the infantry. I don't think he was expecting Dimitri to be up there. He must not have scouted that at all. Man, sending an MCV blind into the fog is reckless, to say the least. And a Harvester going to be going down there on an auto rally to the blue Tiberium. More than likely was already sent to the blue Tiberium multiple times before, and just decided he was going to go back to get some more, and is going to move to his death. Juggernauts are on the move, but again, I don't know how good these Juggernauts are going to fare against this composition here. If the bikes can get in and snipe these Juggernauts down, it's going to be pretty devastating, and it's triple engineer Marv here for Durand. Interesting decision. I would have thought at least, oh, another MCV? Alright, another MCV coming out for Durand. Multi-MCV GDI is kind of an interesting choice up against this composition, and the question is, does he actually have AP ammo? I think he does. Yeah, he does have AP ammo, so Hammerhead's coming out now as well. I'm just going to double check that. Yeah, so AP ammo is in fact done, and we have a couple of Rifleman squads running through. They actually almost managed to kill themselves a bike, but they are going to spot where the Juggernauts are, and they're joined by the Marv. But again, this can easily get overwhelmed here. A lot of infantry going to move in and should be able to overwhelm this pretty handily. There's really no anti-infantry here at all. More than likely going to be relying on those Hammerheads to deal with the infantry, and they actually do get the bike buggy here before they do too much damage. I think they managed to snipe themselves a Harvester, but they will all go down in the meantime. And it looks like a flame tank running into its death there for Dimitri. Not exactly what he wants to see at this stage, but a ridiculous amount of infantry out on the map here for Dimitri. As you can see, he has massed up pretty heavily, and he's spread out. Has not actually gone for any kind of an expansion down to the bottom. Well, actually I say that, but he does have his construction yard down on the bottom side of the map, and it looks like he is multi-MCV as well. 2 MCVs out for him. But the expansion's already coming in for Durand. We do see the Redeemer coming online here for Dimitri, but is way out of position to be able to respond to this. And this is actually looking like a decent composition. This is the problem for Dimitri. He had that map pressure, but he just wasn't able to put any pressure on Durand and to force him to take some bad trades early on, knowing that Dimitri had the superior force. And now he seems hesitant to engage with his infantry, and I can understand why. He knows that those hammerheads are flying over the top, and the problem is the longer this goes on, the more of a problem it's going to be for him, because sniper teams now being called in for Durand. They're going to get dropped on the front line. That Marv taking a lot of damage, though. A lot of damage on the front lines. No EMP buggies, though, so I don't know if it will go down. It's going to fall back and look to defend itself by using the hammerheads to fire over the top, but there's only 5 hammerheads here, so they could potentially go down. It's orbital bombardment coming in on the infantry down on the bottom side, so trying to get a flank on it. The Juggernauts are as good as dead, but they're looking for a kill on this Marv. That's really the target of priority right now, and all of those flame weapons getting in range, but it's just taking so long to burn that Marv down. Shockwave artillery coming in, more than likely to try to prevent that Redeemer from moving too far forward. Immediately gets hit by the first shot. Just nice RNG there for Durand 411. We'll be halting that, at least keeping his Marv alive. He does need to keep falling back with that Marv. The sniper teams need to be firing, but the problem is they're being chased in the same direction. The sniper teams should be... Whoa, whoa, whoa! Holy cow, I'm not sure what I pressed there. But the sniper team should be looking to move away from the Marv, knowing that the infantry are going to continue to chase up in this direction. So if the sniper teams go up around here, then they can fire down, and that infantry is going to have to move across them, and they're going to have to choose. They can either go for the sniper teams or they can go for the Marv. I would have liked to see that a little bit better, but again, in the action, it's easier to say that when we're looking from an observer standpoint and not actually microing anything. But anyways, just a couple of Predator tanks causing problems here for Dimitri. He's going to pull those harvesters straight off the line and look to move them to an expansion. In the meantime, Durand has his expansion up and running, has double refinery here, but did not get the greatest set of trades here back at his push here originally, and now he's going to be forced to defend back at home. He is going to be able to sit these Juggernauts behind a war factory, and that's not the worst case scenario for him here, as he's going to look to try to defend against this. Should be looking to, I think, use these Juggernauts to hit the infantry. I don't know about the decision to fire on that Redeemer. I guess maybe it's not the worst. Hammerheads are going to fly over the top. They get rage gen, but not actually going to take effect because they all had targets. And Marv taking a lot of damage. Redeemer taking a lot of damage. Rig comes out trying to defend these Juggernauts. The Redeemer will go down. The question is, will the Marv survive? Juggernaut under the control of Dimitri. Going to get one last shot off. Man, the Rig coming up huge there, as I believe that was actually the repair drone. No, the repair drone was, in fact, from the war factory. And let's take a look and see what's going on the bottom side. Flame tanks on the bottom side going to be able to completely burn down this expansion base. And we have a heroic flame tank there and an elite flame tank. So a ton of damage coming in from Dimitri on the expansion and the war of attrition. Oh god, he needs to kill the heroic flame tank. This is a mistake. Durand! Oh my god, major mistake there, as that heroic flame tank will survive. That was an unbelievable mistake, to be honest. I mean, he must have seen that it wasn't dead, but must have been calling back those hammerheads to try and deal with something else. But oh my god, not taking down that heroic flame tank. It's going to repair up to full health and be a threatening menace as this game goes on. Yeah, you can see it's already up to 3/4 of its HP. And Durand saying, best bait ever. Not quite sure what he's talking about. Maybe back in this base, maybe that's what he's talking about. I'm not 100% positive what he's talking about in terms of best bait. Or maybe he's saying that because he pulled all of his stuff out of position and his MCV got burned down. The flame tank is still alive. This is the problem. He's gone for an expansion again, but I don't think he realizes that this flame tank is still alive. Construction yard gets laser fenced, but it's not going to matter. He's going to need to respond to this with hammerheads, and they're busy dealing with stuff elsewhere. I don't know where those hammerheads are. Where are the hammerheads? Flame tank is now burning down the construction yard, and there it goes. Best bait ever must have been for those hammerheads, because they're up top. So another MCV going down here for Durand. So losing, I think, 3 MCVs in this game. That was his only MCV. He does still have a war factory. It's pretty heavily damaged here, but his build is almost gone. And now the flame tank going to be moving in. The heroic flame tank moving in with a couple of these couple of these Mantis to defend it from the aircraft. It's just going to be able to run to town on this base. The Hammerheads are going to have to fly over the top. They're going to have to look to snipe the Mantis. They actually do snipe the Mantis, but the heroic flame tank does burn down the refinery in the meantime, and he's going to leave it alive. Are you serious? Is this real life? Is this real life right now? He's left this heroic flame tank alive twice. I just can't believe it, to be honest. And sniper team's on the move once again here for Durand, and this force is still alive, so doing a nice job with that. Not sure where the rig is. The rig should be joining that fight. MCV almost going down to some bikes. And where is that flame tank? I think it finally did get cleaned up. Man, leaving that flame tank alive for so very long. But now Marv under a lot of fire here. It's sniping harvesters, but I don't know that it's going to matter so much. Sniper team's firing on the infantry and actually doing a pretty nice job of cleaning up this infantry for the Hammerheads to move in and clean up the remainder of it. And they should be able to do pretty good work of this. A few Hammerheads going down there to some splash damage. These infantry need to fire on the Hammerheads. They need to stop moving forward. They need to fire on the Hammerheads. This is a mistake. And Temple of Nod comes down, rather a fake Temple of Nod coming down on the front lines. That will be eliminated very quickly here. And the Redeemer will get a crush on one of the Juggernauts, looking for a second. Should just look to fire on that other Juggernaut. Don't let that get away. No, he fires on the wrong one. He fires on the wrong one. The Redeemer goes down. One more Juggernaut will go down as well, but all of the infantry and supporting units are gone here for Durand, and now his Marv forced to tank pretty much everything that Dimitri has at his disposal here. And he's going to take a lot of rocket fire here, but veteran Marv coming online here, as we do see the Juggernaut continuing to try and fight as well, but he's going to be forced to cut and run. He's just watching this battle as the Marv continues to tank for him, saying, "Thanks, buddy. Thanks for eating up all that damage for me." And again, the rig, I don't know why that was left back at home. That would have been great if he had brought it with him. Granted, it would have been burned down by the infantry, but anyways, the expansion not coming out for Durand, and this is the problem. I mean, Dimitri just has so much control over the map in this game, but he's taken some bad trades and hasn't exactly worked out for him across the board, but he's certainly getting more and more control as this game goes on. And now he's going to look to base push into Durand's base here, as he does have a Juggernaut of Durand's in his own possession as well. So going to be looking to use that Juggernaut to put some pain on Durand's Juggernaut here, and that one will go down for sure. And he's probably going to take the battle base with him. No, he's going to choose to fire on the Marv here. I think honestly sniping that battle base would be the better decision, because it is giving repairs to that Marv, and with the triple engineer, yeah, look at that. The Marv is actually repairing through all of that damage. This is why I love these battle bases. I'm surprised they're not used more frequently. I mean, I guess it is an investment, but man, just look at the repairs on that Marv. Just unbelievable. And Obelisk comes down on the front lines, but I don't know that it's going to matter so much. He might get himself one Juggernaut kill, but yeah, he's just going to be able to grab that right back. He's going to be forced to use that Obelisk shot to kill off the Juggernaut husk, and doesn't actually get a kill there. Harvester here from Durand, just going to be poking away. It actually kills off one of the turrets of the SAM turret. Kind of funny there. But Vapor Bomb comes over the top, and he's going to be able to level that. Ooh, kills two engineers as well. Actually, no, just one engineer. Not sure what the engineers are for, though. More than likely to grab back the Juggernaut husks, but maybe too little too late. A construction yard coming out on the front lines, but that's going to go down. Trying to use multi-MCV to defend against multi-MCV, but it's not going to work, as he just doesn't have the ability to dump that kind of money into Tier 3 base defenses. Smart's doing a pretty good job of holding the line, but it's just too much here for Durand to defend against, and once that Marv goes down, it's pretty much GG for him, because he doesn't really have anything else. And the problem is that this Redeemer is pretty much full HP. Even with the repairs from the War Factory and the triple engineer garrison, it's just eventually going to go down here. Obelisk shot after obelisk shot tanked by this Marv. And it's just the slow push to victory here. Durand 411 finally causing, or rather finally calling the GG. Wow. Lost track of my words there at the end. But anyways, Dimitri going to come out on top in game number 1. And 19.5 minutes, and I mean, Dimitri had map control for so long in that game. Let's see. Let's just jump to the resources tab. And yeah, I mean, honestly, I would have thought that the resources graph would have been way more in favor of Dimitri, but somehow Durand keeping himself pretty much on par with Dimitri throughout the majority of that game. Only towards the last probably 7-8 minutes or so that he really started to trail off as he completely ran out of Tiberium back at home. So yeah, Dimitri, he definitely had a good strategy. It could have been implemented a bit better. The flame tanks did massive amounts of work, and again, that heroic flame tank being left alive for so very long when it should have been dead, really causing problems there for Durand. But anyways, that is going to be it for Game 1, and we are going to be moving on into Game 2 coming up momentarily, everybody, so be sure to stick around. Hello everybody and welcome to game number 2 of our best of 3 round of 8 series, and that brings us to the map 6 City. And spawning in the top left position as the pink GDI, we have Durand 4111. And down in the bottom right position as the red black hand, we have Dimitri. So it is 1-0 in favor of Dimitri here in this game. It's going to be up to him to look to close out the series here on 6 City. Map choice going over to Durand. So maybe going to feel a little bit more comfortable on this map. Not quite sure. However, I bet both of those guys were feeling pretty much at home on that last map, because the feeling of that is pretty much the same as any of the Tiberium Rift, or rather, wow, I cannot get the word out. The Tournament Rift. That's the one that I was looking for. The iterations on Tournament Rift. Gonna feel pretty familiar for these players, but anyways, there's gonna be Tiberium Spike taking a. Ooh, the engineer. Is he gonna get the engineer? It's so close. Oh, he's not gonna get the engineer, and Dimitri is going to get himself the spike capture. So very close to dying though. Nice little foxhole, but unfortunately not gonna work out for Durand. A good effort nonetheless, and he's gonna get him his Tiberium Spike back at home, and gets his one off on the side as well. So Tiberium Spike's going over to both players, and it looks like map control so far going over to Dimitri. He has 2 garrisons in the middle of the map, so nice pickups there. Durand could have looked to secure himself some garrisons in the middle due to the fact that those rifleman squads run so very quickly. But interesting fact that I figured out on this map is this green lawn area is actually, I believe, unbuildable terrain for players. I'm pretty sure that's unbuildable, so we'll have to keep an eye on that, but I'm like 99.9% sure that's unbuildable terrain. But anyways, not going to worry about it too much. Let's see what these guys' builds look like for now. Dimitri, or rather Durand, Going for standard eco here, and it looks like Dimitri is doing pretty much the same thing, getting out a Raider buggy, more than likely just trying to get some scouting information to make sure he's not going to get jumped by any kind of an Orca or crazy, you know, APC engineer rush. Anything like that. APC engineers obviously far less effective in Kane's Wrath than they are in Tiberium Wars, because the engineer takes some time to actually capture structures here in Kane's Wrath rather than insta-capturing in Tib Wars. But anyways, Raider buggy will be moving through here, and actually just a small divergence in builds. Durand actually moved his MCV all the way up to the top of the platform, and he's going to get his MCV unpacked there. And Dimitri keeping his on the lower ground, so he's not going to have build radius out here like Durand has, but we'll have to see how much that matters. Rocket Squad's coming out straight away to try to deal with the Pitbull, but I don't think they're going to be able to kill it. Ooh, one more rocket, that might do it. Wow, great rocket shot there from Dimitri. He got lucky. Rate of fire was enough, and low power here for Durand, so that watchtower is not actually going to be doing anything. It will come back online now, and it should be able to gun down that Confessor Cabal squad before it's able to get into another garrison. So he's going to deal with that. And a foxhole here from Durand, just causing an annoyance here for Dimitri, but mostly just to get some scouting information, and actually a decent foxhole at that. And whoa, Durand forced firing on a garrison here. Interesting. Maybe he had problems with his garrison in the past, and he's just like, you know what? I'm getting rid of these. I'm done with this. Maybe realizing the power that these garrisons have for Black Hand over the long portion of the game, he's just trying to level them to make it so that it's not a problem as this game goes on. This is an interesting choice here. I don't think you'd get any veterancy from that. That would be a bug, and that would be a bannable bug for sure if we were finding that that was trying to be taken advantage of. But I'm pretty sure that's not the case here. It's more than likely just trying to avoid the infantry really causing problems for him here over the long haul. Yeah, and he's going to be forced to destroy this garrison back at home, as that infantry with the flame upgrades will burn down a war factory in a heartbeat. But it looks like it is just a single Predator tank going to be fighting a garrison on the other side. Another option would be to get out some Grenadiers and just run through and just, you know, clean these buildings out. But AP Ammo APC is going to do the job pretty nicely as well. Now he's getting some nice flat land here, which is not a bad idea either, because he should be able to do quite a bit of damage. I'm pretty sure you can fire over the top of destroyed structures. It's not something that I've really spent any time investigating, though, so I'm not 100% positive. We do see bikes on the far left-hand side. They're going to look to go for Harvester harassment here, as the majority of the forces for Durand are pulled out of position. That Harvester will be going down. Could have been saved, honestly. I mean, he was sending his forces up there, but he didn't pull the Harvester. If he had pulled the Harvester, it would have taken half of its HP for sure, but it wouldn't have died, and he could have gotten it over to the War Factory for repairs, or even just got it right back to work. Bit of a mistake there, but it's really going to be up to Durand using these AP Ammo APCs to try and deal with his infantry. It's just a ridiculous amount of infantry here from Dimitri, and so very many rocket squads. And a lot of crushes coming in here from Durand. He needs to keep moving through with these Predator tanks. Oh my god, devastating number of crushes here from Durand. And that may actually thin this force out enough that he's going to feel comfortable enough to hold the line against this. He's got a lot of watchtowers down, and AP Ammo APC is going to be coming back in. And he got an insane number of crushes. Looks like some bikes on the top side of the map looking to go Harvester hunting once again. And I think the Harvesters are going to just choose to fight. They said they are done running from these pesky bikes. They're going to instead chase these guys down. Unfortunately, not getting the greatest target selection there. But you can see those Harvesters have a bit to say about getting shot at all the time. They're going to return some fire here. More than likely, could use these bikes to actually harass that Tiberium spike. At the very least, force him to repair it. Deny some of that income per second. But Harvester here from Dimitri, not sure where that came from. And yeah, he's going to pull that one back. I think that's a smart move. But bikes now under fire again. Pretty heavily damaged. A lot of these Harvesters are actually catching the bikes out of position. And they're going to choose to focus down the bikes. They're actually going to kill the bikes. But trading a Harvester for a couple of bikes, again, not going to be the greatest trade here for Durand. But he should get one more bike. Oh, it's so close. I've honestly never seen Harvesters used to kill bikes before, but I like it. I like it nonetheless. Unfortunately, no AP ammo for the Harvesters. MCV is very far forward here for Dimitri, so he's going to look to go for a bit of an aggressive push here And yeah, this is going to be very difficult for Durand to hold on to. He doesn't really have much to speak of. Went for a tech center, knowing that infantry was on the cards here. I don't know about the decision to go for a tech center. It was very unlikely that he was ever going to get relieved of enough pressure here to be able to get out any tech units, and this very well could be the end of Durand, as there's really no hope for him in this game, I don't think. He's got a Reclamator hub, he's trying to get out of Marv, but again, with that amount of infantry, I think the choice to go into a Marv was a mistake. MCB will pay the price of that decision, and actually sells off the refinery before the Tiberium Catalyst missile comes down. Not going to matter all that much, though, because the infantry is already in front of the Reclamator hub, and there's more firing from long distance. Grenadier squad's trying to do their work from the long distance there. Tom Brady throwing those bombs from downtown. Gonna be looking to take down that infantry, but they will eventually die, and this is pretty much it here for Durand, and actually a huge tip vein. GG comes in from Durand, and that is going to be it, folks. There he goes. Durand 41-11 has been defeated. Dimitri comes out on top. So a 2-0 victory in this series to Dimitri. Dimitri just looked like he felt more comfortable on this map. Again, I question the tier 3 choice from Durand. He knew that the infantry upgrades were out, and there's no way that you'd go for those infantry upgrades and not look to capitalize on it, especially on a small map like that with so many garrisons in the middle. It just is so efficient for Blackhand to do that, and it's just so difficult for GDI to defend against it. I mean, APMO is good, but it can only work for so long before those infantry get into range, and then they start using the flame weaponry as well. So yeah, you can see the unit KD ratio going over in favor of Durand, but that's because he didn't really spend much on units. He was really spending more on base defenses, and obviously infantry kind of skewing that number as well. But yes, I mean, Dimitri just playing that game much better and looking much more convincing in that game than the last. So anyways, he will take a 2-0 over Durand, and he will secure himself a spot in the semifinals. We'll have to take a look and see what's going on in terms of the bracket here, but that is going to be it for this series. So we'll check in on the bracket here momentarily. I'll give you guys a complete rundown of where everything's at, and then we'll look for our next game. So anyways, that's coming up momentarily, everybody, so be sure to stick around. Alright, everybody, let's take a quick look at the bracket as we're about to jump into our semifinals series. So, looking at the round of 8, as we already know what happened in the round of 16. So, the round of 8, Whitey versus We Got the Rockets. We Got the Rockets taking a 2-0 there. He's going to move on to face off against Technique, who took a 2-0 over Lion Cub down below that. And then we just did see Dimitri defeat Durand 4-1-1-1. I think he's missing a 1 here. To move on to face off against Masterleaf, who took a 2-1 over Terod. So, Terod taking a game off of Masterleaf, maybe showing that he's not completely infallible. But we will be seeing Dimitri versus Masterleaf here. I believe We Got the Rockets and Technique are already underway, so Dimitri and Masterleaf have been kind enough to wait for me in the lobby. And we're going to be jumping into game number 1. It's going to be a best-of-5 series, going to be starting off on Tournament Odyssey. And game number 1's coming up, so be sure to stick around. Hello everybody and welcome to game number 1 of our best of 5 semifinal series, and game number 1 takes us to the map Tournament Odyssey. And spawning down in the bottom left position as the yellow black hand, we have Dimitri. And then his opponent up on the top right hand side as the orange Traveler 59, we have Masterleaf. So it is going to be game 1 here, and Tournament Odyssey going to be the map to start things off here. And we do see engineers moving out for both players. Going to be looking to get their Tiberium spikes straight away. And this is a very interesting map. I have honestly not seen a single game on this map, so should be very interesting. It's not that this map hasn't been played. It's just that I genuinely have not seen a game on it yet. So, or no, I'm sorry. I have seen games on this map. I remember the Tiberium spike being down there in that little spot there. But yeah, long running distance here for these engineers to go and grab their Tiberium spikes. So they kind of do have to be joined by a Compressor Cabal squad to defend them, just to be sure that they're not going to get sniped. But one buzzer will try to run away, but will get cut off here by Dimitri. So Dimitri, nice job of anti-scouting here, but will not actually prevent Masterleaf from getting in here and getting a scout on Dimitri's base and see what he's up to. He's more than likely going to notice that he's probably just going to go standard eco, and I would imagine Masterleaf will probably do the same thing. We haven't seen fast legs come out of him yet, so probably not going to see that, at least for the time being. And yeah, because fast legs got nerfed as well, so actually seeing two pretty heavily nerfed factions. And well, I say heavily nerfed, but not overly heavily nerfed. They were just brought back more to realistic standards to make all the other factions more playable against them. But anyways, MCV's on the move here for Masterleaf, MCV on the move for Dimitri, so pretty much mirror builds for both sides, and going to be looking to harass the Tiberium spike here of Masterleaf. Dimitri doing a bit of damage there. Not going to be all that much, and just poking a bit of damage onto the War Factory here, so Masterleaf maybe trying to point out the fact that he has a buzzer here, trying to dissuade Dimitri from going anything too aggressive. And yeah, these guys just going to be ecoing here so far. I mean, we could potentially see a second War Factory come down straight away from Dimitri. He could have like faked an expansion and go directly for a double War Factory all in, but against Masterleaf, I think that would be a pretty big mistake. And more than likely just going to be looking to eco here in game 1. Nobody going to be looking to give up too much in game 1, going anything too crazy. Refinery comes down straight away from Masterleaf. And more than likely a refinery down here for Dimitri, as Masterleaf is just slightly ahead in terms of getting his refinery out and harvester out and running. Yeah, not a whole lot to be said early on. I am kind of curious to see what unit compositions are looking like. It is a pretty flat, open map here. I'm digging the layout without a doubt, and Seeker Tank will come in. It's going to get gunned down here. If it gets around the refinery, it may survive for a second or two longer, but it will not. Now, yeah, both Tiberium spikes under fire here for Masterleaf, but he doesn't seem to be too concerned with it. You see some Raider buggies coming out here from Dimitri. So second War Factory is down, and again, this is typically when you start to see some units coming out, and it's going to be tier 2 straight away here for Masterleaf. So I like the decision to go into tier 2. He knows that there isn't anything early aggressive out for Dimitri, so he doesn't have to worry too much about that early pressure. However, he does not have access to Devourer tanks, so more than likely is using that tier 2 to go into a tier 3. Just I'm pretty sure that they don't have Devourer tanks. Traveler 59 do not have Devourer tanks. I know what I'm talking about. Tier 3 is down for Masterleaf, so I'd honestly like to see Mechapedes. We haven't seen those in a long time. I'm not sure what it will be here for Masterleaf. He does have to be weary of the bike buggy. He obviously knows that they're out. It seems pretty obvious. Yeah, and it is going to be Mechapedes. I love it. All right, Mechapedes going to be coming out for Masterleaf. Quick tech into Mechapedes. Going to be able to deal with this bike buggy pretty well. He does need to be careful, though. And I think he'll do all right, honestly. I love the Mechapedes. I just haven't seen them recently. I guess that would be the unit choice, and I'm glad to see that my game knowledge is starting to improve. But anyways, bike buggy's still moving around here for Dimitri. Not exactly sure where he wants to go with it just yet. Just going to be running over some fence work there. Those guys that built the fence not going to be all that happy about it, but they're going to have to suck it up. There is an alien invasion on. All for the cause. But anyways, yeah, the battle markers are throwing me off here. The Tiberium spike's taking damage. Yeah, 3 Mechapedes out and a Mastermind, or rather, Prodigy. Prodigy going to look to get an area of mind control, but 1 Mechapede will go down. And actually, that's definitely a beneficial trade there for Dimitri. He comes in, he gets himself a Mechapede, loses a bit of Bike Buggy, but not all that much, to be honest. And these Tiberium Spikes down to about half HP here. One of them almost destroyed. I mean, Master Leaf is going to have to consider what damage is being done to this Tiberium Spike. Honestly, I'm surprised Dimitri didn't just commit to killing this. But now he is dealing with Mechapedes headed towards his base. But a lot of Scorpion tanks out here for Dimitri, going to be able to hold the line and dissuade. Ooh, interesting move here from Master Leaf, looking to come in for the MCV snipe, but will get himself a Refinery. I think he gets himself a Harvester as well as the MCV. Ooh, he area mind controls the MCV. Interesting. I don't think he can unpack it, though. I don't think he can unpack it. Can he? Wow, area mind control? You can do... I had no idea you could do that. He gets the area mind control on the MCV, unpacks it, and sells it before it goes back over to the hands of Dimitri. I had no idea that was a thing. I've seen it before, but I completely forgot about it because it just doesn't happen. We just don't see it anymore. It's so rare that we see Traveler 59. But Master Leaf showing that he still knows his stuff, and he's going to get the War Factory as well. Man, this Prodigy really causing problems here for Dimitri. He's going to be having nightmares about this, as it has done a ridiculous amount of work. And actually, that was not the only MCV from Dimitri. It was a second MCV out for him, so not going to be devastating for him, but pretty heavily damages him here. He lost a Refinery, a Harvester, a War Factory, and an MCV, so all to the Prodigy, and that Prodigy is still alive. It's going to teleport itself in. It's looking for the capture on another construction yard, and it will get it. Prodigy MVP here from Master Leaf, and showing that he still has the skills here with this Traveler 59, being the menace that he's been known to be. And GG comes in from Kappa XD, aka Dimitri, and he will go down after taking critical losses to that Prodigy. Great play there from Master Leaf, showing that he is still the Prodigy, for lack of a better term. 7.5 minutes on the clock. Just, I liked the unit choice. I liked the compositions. I liked the movement. I liked I keep wanting to call it a mastermind, but rather the Prodigy. Just great play there from Master Leaf. I mean, Dimitri had the right ideas. He was trying to play it, but just wasn't able to get the right engagements. And then the Prodigy just running down on him, obviously added insult to injury. So, anyways, that's going to be it for Game 1, and a dejected Dimitri going to be headed into Game 2. We'll have to see if he can strike back here and get himself back in this series. And that's going to be coming up in Game 2, so be sure to stick around. And just a quick public service announcement for those of you out there. I am looking at my encoder right now, and I can see that I have dropped some frames as I was watching that last game back on YouTube, and it does look like it was stuttering a little bit. So I'm more than likely going to have to re-upload this video as well, so a bit unfortunate. I'll have to figure out what's causing the frame drops on my end, because honestly, that shouldn't be happening with the machine and the network connection that I have. So I do apologize for that. I will get things figured out here, and this machine will stop being a problem in the near future. But anyways, we're headed into game 2, and that's coming up momentarily, everybody, so be sure to stick around. Hello everybody, and welcome to game number 2 of our best of 5 semifinal series, and that brings us to the map Tiberium Rift. And spawning in the top left position as the blue-black hand, we have Dimitri. And down in the bottom right position as the red Traveler 59, we have Master Leaf. So here we go, it is Master Leaf up 1-0 in this best of 5 series, so Dimitri is not out of it yet, but he's definitely behind and is going to look to grab himself some control here in this series, and tries to get a, whoa, throws the grenades on himself. That was actually kind of interesting. I think he actually did kill off a couple of those buzzers, but they didn't, there's still a lot of them left. I think there's 4 left, so Master Leaf getting a pretty good engagement there. I've never actually seen those used against buzzers before. I don't think they can kill themselves like the Rifleman squad can. I believe a Rifleman squad will shoot itself, but I don't think the buzzers will. I've never actually seen it, to be honest. We won't worry about it too much, as Master Leaf is going to get a full scout off on Dimitri, and he's actually forced Dimitri to go for a Raider Buggy to look to get a spot on the base of Master Leaf, as he's been completely anti-scouted early on. Just a single Confessor Cabal squad running up through the bottom side right now, looking to get some vision. And MCB is going to be on the move here for Master Leaf, so no fast legs coming out from him in this game either, and I like the decision. May actually see a similar move here from Master Leaf, going straight to his next field, get up a refinery, and then look to get into some tech. That worked out pretty well for him last game. Honestly, yeah, I don't know that you change up the strategy all that much. I mean, this map's going to be a little bit tougher to make that Prodigy work so well, but those the Mechapede is going to be still very good on this map as well, knowing that Dimitri is inevitably going to go into Bike Buggy here in the early portion of the game. They do pretty well against that, so we'll have to see Dimitri, what is he going to do here? Bike coming out for him, more than likely going to be the first of many, as we do see Master Leaf getting a pretty good spot on the MCV, and actually will spot the second War Factory as well, so Dimitri may have been looking for a double a double War Factory all in here, but he's not going to get it. He's not going to go for that, as he's going to queue up another building here, but he's pretty far away from his expansion. I'm not quite sure what the plan was here, as his Bike Buggy is moving into the expansion of Master Leaf, but a Seeker Tank out for him. Going to be looking to hold off against this. Going to force a portal drop here, so actually Dimitri probably going to be feeling pretty good about that. He's going to be slowing down Master Leaf's build here, which is not a bad thing at all, and also forcing him to build some Seeker Tanks early on. So that's the thing with this Bike Buggy, you have to be kind of aggressive with it early on in order to make it really work. But no, it is going to be a refinery coming down here from Dimitri, so just a little bit further away than one would expect, but it will work nonetheless. Tiberium Spike under fire here from Master Leaf, and he's more than likely going to lose that. So Tib Spike advantage going to be going over to Dimitri over the long haul. We'll have to see if Master Leaf can equalize that here in the near future, and he's actually got a lot of disintegrators out. May actually look to go into fast legs as well, and he's going to be a stasis chamber down, so fast legs is already about a third of the way done, and those should be able to deal with this Bike Buggy relatively well. Not going to be the greatest thing, but certainly going to allow him to free up his build, as he's not going to be forced to build Seeker Tanks to try and defend against it. Those Disintegrator is going to be much more cost-effective in dealing with that, as long as he doesn't go overly aggressive with them. Fast Legs does come online now. More than likely going to be seeing the Stasis Chamber getting sold off here. There's not a whole lot more to be done with it. No Stasis Shield to be used for Traveler 59, and Seeker Tanks on the move on the bottom side, and it looks like they're going to be joined here by Disintegrators on the top side. And no, actually Seeker Tanks are coming back as well, so just trying to force Dimitri backwards. So some early aggression coming out, or rather responsive aggression coming out from Master Leaf, and again, I like the decisions here from Master Leaf in this game. Bike Buggy out again, inevitably, for Dimitri, and again, just this early map control is so critical in these tournament games, and Dimitri, knowing that he needs to get into Bike Buggy, actually builds a lot of buggies, and a lot of buggies going to be very effective here against this screen composition here. Going to be able to tank a lot more damage, as well as deal with bolted disintegrators and do a fair bit of damage to those Seeker Tanks with paper-thin armor, so don't need as many bikes to deal with them, but do obviously still need the bikes for some Harvester harassment and to be very effective on that front line. But MCB on the move here. It's going to be triple War Factory here for Dimitri, so no tech out of him just yet. He's going to be just looking to mass up out of control, but Tier 3 is online, as we do see the temporal wormhole being used here to just slow things down a bit for Dimitri. And it's going to be Master Leaf taking a pretty bad engagement here, as he's going to get pretty much completely cleaned up. I believe the Disintegrators were all cleaned up. No, actually the Disintegrators, a few of the Disintegrators and a couple of Seeker Tanks on the bottom side of the map. Going to be looking to go for some Harvester harassment. May have actually been spotted here by Dimitri. He's going to pull back his Bike Buggy here, but should be able to engage into this without too much trouble. He is going to take some damage back at home, but Harvester's being pulled off the line. They do have 2 War Factories to dance around, so they should be able to keep themselves alive without too much trouble here. And Bike Buggy being called back to base. Try and deal with these very quickly, as we do see a Lightning Spike coming down from Master Leaf as well. Actually, all of the Bike Buggy are going to be responding to this as they all head back to base. So I don't think we saw any Harvesters going down, a few taking a little bit of a poke, but yeah, one getting down to about half HP, but definitely a beneficial trade again here there for Dimitri. So not looking the greatest here in this game. Master Leaf forced to respond to this early aggression from Dimitri, and just hasn't seemed to be able to find the engagements that he wants early on. And now his Disintegrators on the top side of the map, more than likely just going for some scouting information. Going to get chewed up here. The Bike Buggy is going to move in on the bottom side of the map, but nope, it is going to be Tripods out to defend against this, and Tripod's going to make short work of this Bike Buggy. So Dimitri more than likely going to be seeing this and going to be looking to transition out of this near future. Could potentially look to go into infantry at this stage, or could look to go into some tech and get out a Redeemer. Does need to be worried, but MCV very far out of position here for Master Leaf and doesn't have any supporting units. The Tripod's going to be trying to rally up there, but it's going to take them a very long time to get there. And the MCV will go down. The question is, did he drop a crane in the meantime to keep his build alive? He did not. So Master Leaf may in fact lose this game because his build is now stalled. He has Tier 3, he has a refining capability, but he's very low on eco, does not have a Tiberium Spike, and Dimitri has an expansion. So honestly, I think it's just a slow push to victory here for Dimitri. It is definitely his game to lose, as he has dictated the pace since the very beginning portion of the game here. And just showing Master Leaf that he can put the pressure on and get him out of that comfort zone of that build that he got into before. But it looks like a couple of Tripods going to be moving down to the bottom side of the map, looking to go for a bit of pressure on this expansion. But 2 Tripods going to be up against this infantry, not going to be able to do anything. And again, the infantry transition, I like this decision out from Dimitri. This is a smart move. And Bike Buggy trying to engage into this, but GG called by Master Leaf, realizing that he doesn't really have any possible path to victory here in this game, not a realistic one anyways. And that is going to be it, and Master Leaf drops game number 2. So Dimitri looking to win that game in convincing fashion, feeling a lot more comfortable on that map, and going for a lot more early aggression and forcing Master Leaf to respond to that. And yeah, that early eco build just not working out so well for Master Leaf. I mean, again, the units that he went for weren't the worst decisions. He just wasn't able to get the right engagements and was forced into some bad spots. But anyways, that is going to be it for game number 2. It's anybody's game as we head into a best of 3 series now. Towards the later three games of the series. We'll have to see what turns up in game 3, and that's coming up momentarily, everybody, so be sure to stick around. Hello everybody and welcome to game number 3 of our best of 5 semifinal series, and that brings us to the map Tournament Highlands. And spawning on the far left hand side as the pink Traveler 59, we have Master Leaf. And sliding over to the far right hand side as the green black hand, we have Dimitri. So it is 1-all here in this best of 5 series. So whoever loses this game, they are not threatened to lose the event. So we may see some crazy shenanigans out here. Dimitri winning the last game. Looking for a snipe on an engineer here. He may get into range. It's going to be close. I don't think he can actually shoot through that fence. So it's going to be Master Leaf securing himself his Tiberium spike without too much trouble. No, he's forgotten about it. He has forgotten about his engineer. Either that or he's tried to allow it to go stealth so that way it does not get sniped. I think that was a mistake, to be honest. No, he's going to grab it now. I think Dimitri started firing on it as we did see a hit marker, but... Hit marker. Yeah, Master Leaf, I'm not sure what his question marks are for. I think he's trying to figure out what the heck happened there. Yeah, I'm not quite sure what happened there either, to be honest. I did not see when they started firing, but I'm not going to worry about it too much. I'm not sure if they're question marking about the lag, maybe? No, I'm not dropping any frames, so I don't appear to be lagging, but if these guys do request for me to leave, I will. I certainly hope it doesn't come to that, but it is going to be quick tier 2, but it's going to get spotted here by Master Leaf. A great buzzer here coming in from Master Leaf, going to get the spot on this flame tank as we do see that rolling around here. He's going to look to do some damage with this, but the question is, what is Master Leaf going to do to respond to it? He's definitely got plenty of time to deal with it. However, it's more than likely going to look to go and burn down his Tib spike. And now the MCV is on the move here for Master Leaf. He's going to look to get his expansion up and running. Dimitri going to spot that with that Confessor Cabal squad. And, ooh, actually gets a crush. I've never seen a Scrin MCV get a crush before. But Flame Tank going to be burning down the Tib spike, and it will do its job there. Going to be leveling that Tib spike. And another Flame Tank out here for Dimitri. Going to be doing a fair bit of damage to these Seeker Tanks. However, the Seeker Tanks were buffed against the Flame Tanks to not be completely useless against them, as we will see Dimitri falling back a bit dejected here as his Flame Tank will be going down. Both Seeker Tanks pretty heavily damaged though, so going to be dissuading Master Leaf from moving in with those Seeker Tanks. Tier 2 has been spotted here for Dimitri, and he's going to shoot at it to show Master Leaf that he knows that it's there, but Flame Tank going to come in on the bottom side and going to burn down the other Tib spike here from Master Leaf, so unfortunately it has to give up control of those two Tib spikes, and we'll lose both of them. In the meantime, Dimitri has control of both of his, so 2 Tib spike advantage over to Dimitri right now. We'll have to see if he can make that work out for him over the longer portion of the game, but he's going to lose himself some Flame Tanks here. This infantry squad being left alive for a very long time, very close to the MCV. I'm surprised he has not dropped I'm a bit confused by what Master Leaf is doing right now. He must be building tier 3. No, he went for a stasis chamber. Does he have tier 3? No, there's no tier 3 here. Interesting choices. All right, I'm not gonna harp on it too much. Master Leaf knows what he's doing, without a doubt, but he was definitely forced to respond to those Flame Tanks around the map. So Cultist going to be coming out for him, maybe expecting more Flame Tanks, but not going to be Flame Tanks. Going to be infantry. And I don't know how well the Cultists are going to fare against this infantry. They can actually just run in and grab the Confessor Cabal squads, which are actually going to be pretty good for them, because then they're going to be able to just turn the turrets directly on Dimitri's infantry. But again, I think those Cultists are really looking more for like Flame Tanks and Scorpion Tanks and things like that. But we'll have to see what Master Leaf chooses to do with them. 2 assimilators going to be running out to the top side, just running their little... I'm not even sure what you call those things. I want to call them feet, but not exactly feet. But anyways, it is going to be a Corruptor here to try to clear out this garrison. And Dimitri more than likely knowing that there is a Assimilator coming to steal away his Tib Spike. So, yeah, Master Leaf going to be responding to the Tib Spike destruction here early. And now it's going to be Master Leaf using these cultists to try and deal with his infantry, and they are going to be able to deal with them pretty well. I think he lost one cultist squad. No, he didn't lose any. I think the Cultist just came unencumbered here. But Black Ant Squad made its way into the base of Master Leaf, doing a bit of damage to that portal, but not actually going to do much to speak of. In the meantime, what do we have going on the other side? Looks like Master Leaf did get himself that tib spike. I think his other assimilator did not make it. I don't see it anywhere. God, if that assimilator goes in for like some kind of a stealth capture, I'm going to be pretty disappointed. But yeah, these cultists just causing problems for this infantry, as they do have to run across the map in order to be of any use. And now they're thinned out enough that these gun walkers can just run in and clean them up very, very easily. Looks like Seeker Tank's down on the bottom side of the map, going to be causing problems here for Dimitri back at home. He does have a lot of bike buggy here responding to that, and he should be able to clean it up without too much trouble. And there they go. I don't know how many harvesters he managed to get. It looks like a few harvesters were pulled off the line. One harvester was actually docked at the time, was powered down, so it was saved from being destroyed. But another assimilator coming out here from Master Leaf, going to be running up to the top side. More than likely going to look to skirt himself across the top side of the map and try to steal away that tip spike up in the upper right-hand corner. Again, it could be a stealthy engineer capture and look to go for some kind of a capture on a piece of infrastructure back in Dimitri's base, but it's obviously a much more risky use of that assimilator, as we do see that running across the top side of the map there. But Dimitri is on the move with this bike buggy. Bike buggy here. We'll have to see where he chooses to go with it. May actually look to hit the original main of Master Leaf, knowing that that's probably pretty much undefended here. No, Dimitri looked like he was questioning where he wanted to go. He does call in the... What did he call in there? That was the... Oh, what's the word for it? I can't remember the word for it. He said I put a booby trap. I'm not quite sure what he's talking about. Maybe he's talking about his tib spike? I'm not quite sure. Anyways, I think that assimilator did make its way up here. Nope. Where is the assimilator? Not sure what happened to the assimilator, to be honest. Don't worry too much about it, but it is going to be Mechapedes coming out here for Master Leaf. Radar jamming missile. That's the, you know, it's been rattling around in my brain. I was trying to figure out what I was trying to say earlier, and it was radar jamming missile. That's what I was looking for. Finally got that one out of my head. But anyways, yeah, the bike buggy just moving around here for Dimitri. I'm not sure why he's so hesitant. Like, he could have easily hit this field up here. He's going to... I think he just killed the assimilator on the top side of the map. Interesting. But anyways, it is going to be cultist squads running around, and they're actually joined by Mechapedes and the Prodigy, so this is going to be a very big problem here for Dimitri, as we do see Master Leaf expanding towards the center of the map. You can see Dimitri doing the same as well, getting a couple of shredder turrets down. They're getting poked down by the gunwalkers here from Master Leaf. It's going to take them a very long time to destroy those shredder turrets. In the meantime, Prodigy could look to cause some terror here, but a lot of these shredder turrets with supercharged particle, or rather charged particle beams, potentially cause problems here for Master Leaf in the form of his Prodigy taking a lot of damage. Yeah, he does not want to go too far into those, and he's going to teleport himself, I believe, away. Did he teleport himself into the garrison? Where did that Prodigy go? I think he teleported himself into a garrison by accident. Is that what just happened here? Ooh, an unfortunate mistake there from Master Leaf. I think he forgot about the garrison, and he lost his Prodigy to that. Oh no, he didn't. Where did he teleport? So he must have teleported over in this direction? Kind of interesting. Anyways, temporal wormhole being called in. Not quite sure what that's for. More than likely to try to lock down that bike buggy, but not going to be doing all that much. Gravity stabilizers down. May actually see some Devourer or Devastator warships coming out here from Master Leaf. Gunwalker's going to be under fire now. Yeah, it is going to be Devastator warships coming out for Master Leaf. He does have those hexapods, or rather, I keep wanting to call them hexapods, but Mechapedes behind enemy lines here, but there's not a whole lot to respond to them. Where did the Prodigy end up? Not quite sure where the Prodigy ended up. I don't see it. I am trying to find it here, because obviously that is a pretty critical piece of the puzzle here for Master Leaf, but it is so very difficult to find it with these colors on this map. But anyways, take a look and see what's going on here. It looks like just Tiberium Spike taking a little bit of damage. Actually, no, it was the Garrison, more than likely from a Devastator warship firing on it. Storm Column going to be able to give some repairs to that Devastator warship, and Hexpot going to tank the front lines here, but we do have the I keep wanting to call them Hexapods, Mechapedes on the backside of things, looking to go Harvester hunting, but Dimitri is keeping them at bay. Devastator warships getting those passive repairs from the Storm Column's cloud over the top, creating that ion storm. But what do we have going on back at home here? It looks like just the Lightning Spike going to be engaging some forces on the other side of the map. Mechapede's looking for an opportunity to engage here, but don't want to engage into base defenses here. Hexpod just going to be killing off what it can, but ooh. Catalyst Missile coming in, going to completely whiff here. He was looking for the Mechapedes, and it actually would have done insane damage to those Mechapedes, but that was weird. It came in just at that point in the screen, so very interesting to say the least. It looks like finally that Garrison has been killed off by the Devastator warships, and now he is under a lot of pressure. Again, I don't know what happened to the Prodigy. It does look like it is gone. Yeah, it didn't join up with the Hexpot. I don't see it. Oh, no, there it is. Maybe he rebuilt it. I don't know. It is full HP, but it could have been standing on Tiberium. I'm not quite sure. I have not seen much come out of that Prodigy so far. Then again, I've not been able to keep the best tabs on it. It's pretty tough to keep track of because it moves so quick. A little bit of infantry there from Dimitri, going to be dying very quickly, but Spectral Artillery going to be under fire here. They need to go stealth very quickly. That one will go stealth, but it's going to die now because it was heavy damage mode. Now the Redeemer Engineering Facility could be under fire here for Dimitri if those Devastator warships decide to move out from base, but I think Master Leaf is content with playing this one safe. He's just going to hang out back at home. Prodigy on the move here, so maybe actually going to be going a little bit more aggressive as we do see the Devastator warships moving forward. I think he's realized that this Redeemer Engineering Facility is in that spot. Also, the construction yard is pretty far forward here. And Redeemer Engineering Facility being suicide captured here by the Prodigy, it will get it, and it will deny the Redeemer here, and that's actually a pretty big pickup there for Master Leaf because that Redeemer going to be a problem for him to deal with. It would take him a long time to kill it. He definitely has the units to do so, but it's going to take him a while to do it, and he just didn't want to deal with it, so he sacrifices his Prodigy to get it, and now the remainder of his base should be able to be cleaned up by these remaining units here from Master Leaf. The Hexpod pretty much unrivaled here by these forces. We need to see Raider Buggies with EMP in order to lock that down, but no EMP upgrade here for these Raider Buggies. And now it is going to be Master Leaf just running through this base here with triple shock trooper garrisons on that Hexapod. Should be able to clean up all of these units pretty easily. And GG being called by Dimitri, realizing that he has no way to defend against this, and that is going to be it for game number 3. Master Leaf picks it up 2-1. Alright, so Dimitri's now at match point. He needs to make something happen in game 4. And he could look to stabilize the series and force an ace match and maybe force the nerves into Master Leaf. And, well, he'd be adding nerves to himself as well, as Dimitri is battling for a spot in the finals here and up against a tournament favorite here, Master Leaf. It should be interesting to see how Game 4 plays out, and that's going to be coming up momentarily, everybody, so be sure to stick around. Alright everybody, so I am aware of the fact that I'm dropping frames now at a pretty alarming rate, so I have no idea what's causing this. You guys should see the system specs that I have on this rig. It's pretty outrageous, so I'm not sure what's causing the frame drops. I need to figure that out right now, and I will get that resolved. And what I'm going to do, so for those of you that are watching live, it is going to be a bit of a downtime as I'm trying to stop and start my encoder, and because I'm going to change codecs and see if that makes a difference, and maybe look to change servers as well. And see if that makes a difference. But as far as you guys that are watching the video after the fact, because I've dropped frames, I know I'm going to have to essentially repost this video anyways. So you'll miss the downtime. You probably won't even hear this conversation. But anyways, I wanted to make you guys aware of this in the stream because you will notice it out of everybody. But I am going to hopefully make the viewing experience a little bit better. So just give me a little bit of time, guys. I do apologize for this again. It is a brand new computer, so unfortunately technical issues are kind of the name of the game, but I will get this worked out here, and we'll be offline for just a moment or two. Don't freak out, we will be back, but be sure to stick around. Okay, everybody, I believe I am back. I, again, do apologize for what is going on. I'm dealing with some technical issues on my end, dropping some frames. This happened in the last tournament, and I believe it's based on a few different technical things on my end, but I've swapped some things around. I've changed codecs, changed the YouTube server that I'm connecting to, and we'll see if that makes any difference. I'll have to keep an eye on it. I may have to do some experimentation over the remainder of the weekend, but again, for those of you that are out there, I do apologize. If it is real disjointed here, I may actually just recast the semifinals and finals and upload those games for you guys as a video separately. But anyways, not going to worry about it too much. Not much more I can do about it at this stage. It appears to be working fine. I haven't dropped any frames just yet, and everything appears to be stabilized, as my CPU and GPU are not freaking out as far as load goes, so everything looks good to go. We'll have to see if that ends up being the case as we head into Game 4. But Game 4 is coming up, and a very big thank you. If you guys are in the chat, give a big thank you to Master Leaf and Dimitri for holding on here. They could have played out their next game, but they decided to wait for me, and I greatly appreciate that consideration. It was unnecessary, but I do appreciate it. So anyways, we're headed into Game 4, everybody, so be sure to stick around. Hello, everybody, and welcome to game number 4 of our best of 5 round of 4, aka semifinals round, and that brings us to the map Tournament Galaxy. And spawning on the far left-hand side as the pink black hand, we have Dimitri. And then his opponent for this matchup over on the far right-hand side as the Cyan Traveler 59, we have Masterleaf. So it is 2-1 in favor of Dimitri, or rather in favor of Masterleaf. Sorry, I am all thrown for a loop here. And for those of you that are watching the stream live, again, I do apologize for the technical issues. It is stuff that is unforeseen, but we will get through it one way or another, and it looks like everything is going fine now. So fingers crossed it will remain that way, and we'll get things sorted out eventually, and we'll be finally up and running without any trouble in future events. But anyways, it is going to be Tournament Galaxy this time around, and Masterleaf going to be looking to close up this series and look for a finals berth. I'm not sure what's happened on the other side of the bracket, as I've intentionally not been paying attention to that. I don't want to know what the score is over there, so that way it makes this matchup slightly more interesting. But anyways, Warp Sphere is down here for Masterleaf, more than likely just waiting to build his next harvester while that refinery was being built. So pretty good macro play there from Masterleaf. But again, this is pretty standard stuff, just no early aggression to be speaking about right now. So again, I'm going to be interested to see what the decisions are as far as unit compositions. Again, I think this is a map that would not feel too bad here for Mechapedes, for Masterleaf, and he's going to be going for that expansion. But we'll have to see if Dimitri can dictate the pace of the game here, as he did in game 2. As he went for a lot of bike buggy early on, and it really forced Masterleaf into a tough spot where he couldn't get up and running the way that he wanted to. And we'll have to see if maybe he can do that again. It seems to work pretty well against him. Just keep him on the back foot, force him to respond rather than dictate the pace. And, well, I guess that's true of pretty much any matchup. But anyways, Masterleaf going for that expansion. Probably going to be dropping a refinery on this field. Nothing too out of the ordinary there, and Dimitri doing the same thing as well. So getting his refinery down just a touch faster. That harvester is going to come out at about the same speed, as I believe harvesters come out a bit quicker for Scrin factions, but very, very minor things indeed. And Dimitri going to be going for that refinery as well, but probably going to be a second war factory for him. I mean, that's pretty standard stuff on this map, or rather, in general, just a second war factory after your refinery on your expansion. And that's exactly what it's going to be here for Dimitri, and again, pretty standard for Scrin factions to get up that tier 2 right at your expansion. Either that or go for the tier 2 off of your first base, but Masterleaf deciding to go for a bit more of an eco build here, and going to be going back into his game 1 build by the looks of it so far. If he goes into tier 3, it's pretty much his game 1 build all over again. See if that's going to be the choice here, and it's taking a long time to build, so I imagine that probably is tier 3, and he's been able to be given pretty much free reign to do this, as well as Dimitri really hasn't put any pressure on him. There's a little bit of bike buggy out, but not enough to really force out a major response here from Masterleaf. Certainly not the triple war factory that we saw before. But tier 3 is down, so even if triple war factory comes out, Masterleaf will be able to hold off against it. And now, is it going to be tripods, or is it going to be Mechapedes? Tripods would not be a bad idea, knowing that Dimitri is likely going into bike buggy, but Mechapedes going to give him a bit more control of the map, as we do see those Mechapedes coming out here. So that is going to be the unit of choice, and Dimitri is going to have to look for an engagement early on and maybe look to snipe those Mechapedes before they get into full force. But Tib Spike going to be eliminated on the top side of the map. Dimitri's been very good about dealing with those Tiberium spikes in these last few games. He's been particularly adamant about taking them out. Very nice decoy army there as well. Actually, one head of a Mechapede running in there without any segments. An unfortunate situation there for Masterleaf. More than likely was just microing all of his Mechapedes together. He's going to give these ones a group order there, as we did see them force firing the ground. That was more than likely because he was, in fact, assigning a group to them. But anyways, Flame Tank on the top side of the map. The question is, will it actually get anything done, as those Mechapedes can deal with that pretty easily. And it is headed to the top side of the map. It may well skirt around all of these forces, and then the question is, will Masterleaf see it? He's actually moving his forces into range that they will see it. But will Dimitri pull that back, knowing that it has been spotted? Nope, he's not going to pull it back, and he's going to lose it. So Flame Tank going to be going down there for Dimitri, an unfortunate loss there for him. And Garrison just being cleaned up there for Dimitri as well. Master Leaf getting up to that critical mass of about 7, I believe. Yeah, 7 of these Mechapedes as they're floating around. And I'm constantly looking over my shoulder trying to see if I'm dropping frames, and I don't appear to be, so it looks like things are working a bit better. I did change the bitrate as well, so it might look a little bit grainier for those of you that are watching the video, but at least it is playing. That is the important thing. We'll test around with the settings a little bit later, but Garrison's going to be getting focused down here by these Mechapedes. That's just from them passing by. They're not actually choosing to fire on that, but Temporal Wormhole locks down pretty much all of that Bike Buggy. That was actually an ideal Temporal Wormhole, but the Bike Buggy is in range of the War Factory. The thing is they die so very fast. Unfortunately, getting his own Mechapede kind of caught in the Temporal Wormhole there. Might actually lose a Mechapede for that decision. And yeah, that Mechapede circling back on itself, taking a lot of damage, but they do a fair bit of damage to that Bike Buggy. And definitely going to be worth it, as I don't think he actually lost any of those Mechapedes. Losing a few segments, but that's very willing to take that trade there. Segments for actual units. And more of that Bike Buggy. Wow, buggies, or rather the bikes, being traded very quickly here for Dimitri. And Obelisk almost gets a shot off, but they will move out of range before it's able to get that shot fully off. It looks like he's up to about 8 of those Mechapedes now. Let's take a look and see what Master Leaf is building in the meantime, because we did see the Prodigy becoming a major problem here for... Oh, Flame Tank makes it into the base here of Master Leaf. I did not even see this. It doesn't look like Master Leaf has seen it either. Storm Column comes in, but I think it's a little bit too far away. No, it should be able to kill off that Flame Tank. Wow, it does a lot of damage. And one Mechapede did go down while all of that was going on, more than likely due to the fact that Master Leaf was not able to pay attention to that engagement for a second or two. Looks like there's a Storm Column down here as well. Probably another Flame Tank coming around the other side of the map, causing problems for him. But Prodigy is out here for Master Leaf. And, no, I think the Prodigy benefits, no, it does not benefit from Fast Legs. But, I believe there was a Stasis Chamber down. I did see, it's probably going to be Fast Legs coming out, but I don't see any units on the map that can actually use them yet. I mean, Disintegrators are obviously not a terrible idea at any stage of the game, but not seeing them just yet. But Garrison's getting cleaned up here in the middle of the map here. Or Dimitri, and Master Leaf going to be feeling better about cleaning up that vision in the center of the map, allowing his Mechapedes to move around a little bit more freely. Okay, so Catalyst Missile coming down, going to kill off one Refinery. I don't think he actually got any Harvesters, though. So one Refinery on a pretty much empty field. I don't know that that Catalyst Missile was really worth it. Yeah, I question the decision to use that Catalyst Missile there, because that was a pretty inconsequential Refinery there. Teleporting up a couple of his own tripods there. Maybe trying to defend against the Bike Buggy, but they are in fact down on the bottom side. And it looks like he does have EMP coils already upgraded as well, so EMP could be a problem here for Master Leaf in the near future. Have we heard the Hexapod? I think we did. I don't see it anywhere. I thought we heard the Hexapod come out. I know we heard the Redeemer. I'm not sure where that is. Probably back at the expansion. Let's see. Yes, there it is. So getting one Engineer and one Flame upgrade in there, but these guys really playing defensively right now as they're looking to get that second expansion up and running. But this is the thing, is once this second expansion field is eaten up, they're going to be on low eco here, and that's going to really be a good thing here for Master Leaf, because it could potentially look to drop growth stimulators. At least I might be wrong. Traveler 59 might not have access to that. I'm pretty sure they do, though. Not going to worry about it too much, but Prodigy running around with these Mechapedes, it's actually about the same speed as these Mechapedes, so keep pace with it. Oh, Rage Gen comes off. Fantastic Rage Gen from Dimitri. Going to kill off the Prodigy there, so that's one of the threats that you need to worry about when you're running infantry with these Mechapedes that just slaughter infantry. The Mechapedes actually do a lot of damage to each other as well, so a very good Rage Gen there from Dimitri, a critical one in fact. Because that Prodigy could really cause problems. It was an absolute bane of his existence in Game 1. But not going to be a problem so far. It's going to force him to rebuild it at the very least, but it doesn't look like Master Leaf is too concerned with that. Nope, actually, I will stand corrected. He immediately rebuilds it. And looks like Bug Buggy looking for an opportunity to engage, probably trying to pull Master Leaf's main force out of position so that they can move in, but there are some tripods on the top side of the map in anticipation of this. But, I think the Raider Buggies with that EMP coil upgrade could look to go in and lock down those tripods all close to one another. A lot of infantry out here for Dimitri. Pretty spread out, though. The Mechapedes could be looking to thin the herd here. They do need to be careful, obviously, if they're very far out in front. They do need to be weary of the EMP buggies. Cultist squads running forward there, going to be able to get a single infantry squad, but Prodigy going to try its luck. I don't know that it wants to run too far forward. Gets a nice area mind control off, going to kill off a fair bit of that infantry. And one bike going to run around, but gets killed off by a Disintegrator upgrade. So Disintegrator upgrade on the Hex Spot, an interesting choice. Going to be able to clean up these buggies pretty quickly as they get into range. And nice Rage Generator again coming in from Dimitri. Kills off a lot of the Mechapedes. And now EMP's coming off on the Hex Spot. This is fantastic from Dimitri. Exactly what he wants to be seeing right now. And the Hex Pod will get burned down, taking a lot of damage, and that very well could be it here for Master Leaf. If this Hexapod goes down, he's not going to phase field it. That one will go down, and he has been defeated, and Dimitri evens it up and takes us to an ace match. So that is going to be it here for game number 4. And Dimitri manages to stay alive and even up the series here and force Master Leaf into an ace match as we head into Game 5, and Master Leaf will have map choice. We'll have to see what he chooses to go for here, and again, not looking as comfortable on these maps as he has in the past on other maps, obviously, but we will have to see if he's able to strike back here in Game 5, but it's do or die for both of these players as we head into Game 5, a tense moment as both players are looking for a spot in the finals, and Game 5 is coming up momentarily, everybody, so be sure to stick around. Hello everybody and welcome to Game 5, our deciding game of this best of 5 semifinal series, and that brings us to the map 6 City. And spawning on the top side of the map as the green black hand, we have Dimitri. And spawning down on the bottom side of the map as the orange black hand, we have Master Leaf. So it is 2-2 in this best of 5 series here, and these guys are in do or die mode, and it's going to be Black Hand Mirror this time around. And on this map, I can't disagree with the Black Hand Mirror because just so strong on this map. It would be a mistake and a disservice to yourself. As actually, we see Master Leaf get a great scouting engagement there. Dimitri getting a little bit too far forward. Not going to be able to get himself a garrison there, so unfortunate for him. But it looks like Master Leaf looking to grab himself a garrison with a couple of rocket squads here. And he's going to get himself 2 rocket squads inside of a garrison. Actually, they get range on the other garrison as well, so Garrison War is going to be the name of this map. No, it is in fact Six City. And we did see Blackhand really doing some work earlier on this map. Quick tier 2 here for Master Leaf, so going to be some kind of a flame opener. More than likely going to be seeing a Reckoner out of him. I think a flame tank would be a mistake, but we'll have to see. Honestly, it could be either. I think it's building a little bit too fast to be a... Nope, it is a Reckoner. Okay. Game knowledge. Hashtag game knowledge. And yeah, it looks like the rocket squad's going to be able to range that garrison, and actually the Confessor Cabal squad able to range it as well. I'm not sure how they were able to hit it from there. They are shooting super long distance. But Reckoner on the move here with a single Black Hand squad, more than likely going to be used to clear out the garrisons. And not sure where that Black Hand squad is going. Looks like he was looking to kill off a rocket squad, but now it is going to be a bit of fancy footwork here from Dimitri as he tries to keep this Black Hand squad alive, or rather, as he tries to keep his Confessor Cabal squad alive. That garrison not going to be focused down here. Garrison actually deploys with 2 rocket squads. Ooh, interesting move here from Master Leaf. A bit of a bait and switch. He puts the Black Hand squad in the Reckoner, but doesn't actually use that. Instead throws the rocket squads inside and deploys a little bit further out from Dimitri's base. So just going to be causing problems here for him, as he's going to be forced to respond to this. And pretty much all of his units that try to congregate around that area are going to take damage. Looks like we do have an engineer down to the bottom side of the map here for Dimitri. Not sure what he's looking for. May look to go for a sneaky engineer capture. This would be very interesting. Actually, it looks like he's going to try to steal away the tib spike here of Master Leaf. Again, Dimitri doing a fantastic job with the Tiberian spikes in these last few games. Just causing so many problems here for Master Leaf over the long haul. And where is the MCV? The MCV has gone for the expansion here for Master Leaf. He actually did not drop a second refinery on his main field here, and went for the quick expansion instead, which leaves his MCV a little bit vulnerable, but it will take a long time for Dimitri to actually do anything about that. And Engineer is on the move here. I don't think it has been spotted yet. That bike may have seen it, but I think that bike was actually Dimitri's. I don't think he has seen it yet. Master Leaf going to be under fire now. A lot of bikes coming in here from Dimitri, and they're going to be looking to snipe some harvesters here. They do need to be careful of the infantry. If they don't manage to take down that harvester, they need to swing back in and get another volley off. I think that's a mistake to let that harvester survive. That's a full load of Tiberium being allowed to go back to base, and that's a lot of bikes here, and it is double War Factory all in here for Dimitri, so that engineer was actually probably from the sold off. Wow, really? You serious? I've never had that happen before. Insanely unlucky on my part. It was looking good for Dimitri, though. I mean, I'm going to call it and say that that was Dimitri that was winning that game. Damn, that's unfortunate. I mean, very unfortunate indeed. I don't know why the game crashed. I mean, unless Master Leaf like left and it caused a crash like that, but I don't think he did. So anyways, we'll try to get things figured out here, as there was a little bit of a an unintended advertisement there for Battlestar Galactica. You guys can enjoy my wallpaper. But anyways, I guess I'm gonna have to figure out what the heck happened there. But man, damn, that's unfortunate. I apologize, everybody. I have no idea what caused that. It does not happen often, that's for sure. But hey, you know, that's what happens when we get ace matches in Kane's Wrath. Apparently my computer just likes to take a dump. But as far as stream quality goes, it looks like everything is working out. I don't have any dropped frames, so I don't know how it is for you guys on the viewing end. It looks like it should be a bit better. But anyways, we'll try to get back into the lobby and figure out what the hell happened. And I will get you guys that info as soon as possible, so be sure to stick around. Oh, apparently I left my mic unmuted. I was just about to unmute it and talk to you guys, but yeah, so to just bring you guys up to speed on what's going on here, I'm sure you guys can read the chat for yourselves, but Master Leaf a bit disappointed with how things are going. He's claiming that I think after I disconnected, there was some like frame-by-frame lag for him. Dimitri is claiming that that wasn't the case. I guess Dimitri is streaming as well. I did not actually know that he was. But I've double checked things on my end. Like I've been looking at my ping the whole time and drop frames. So like there's no network issue on my end from what I can tell. And you know, aside from the game crash, I don't know what I could have done in that game to have caused those problems. But I mean, I don't know how much it matters. I mean, the issue is that, you know, it was definitely a situation where it wasn't a good set of circumstances here for Master Leaf, so I can understand the frustration from him. He's certainly not happy about what's gone down. I mean, he did not look to be in a commanding position in that game. I mean, to just talk through it here, Dimitri, he went all in and was actually in pretty good control of that game just before I left, and if he's saying that the lag was just after I left, I don't know how much it would have mattered, because I don't think that Master Leaf would have been able to hold anyways. So I'm not sure what the results are going to be. I'm going to let the tournament officials work this out. I'm not going to inject myself into the conversation. The bottom line was I discussed with these guys, I'm like, hey, you know, if there's a possibility that I'm causing a problem, then I won't stream. You know, I'll wait in the lobby and just cast from replays, which is fine, because it's essentially I'd just be one game behind the players. You know, so it's not the greatest situation, but I can live with that, you know, and I can make it interesting for you guys. So I'm not sure what the issue is. It's looking like some of it's being pinned on Dimmy as being a bit laggy when he's streaming. I mean, it's a possibility that that's the issue. I mean, it's a possibility that I was the issue. I don't know. And I think the question circles back to, does that game have to get replayed? I mean, the fact that I crashed but they didn't, you know, doesn't necessarily mean that the game has to be replayed. I think if everybody had crashed, then the game gets replayed. It's pretty much guaranteed, but Master Leaf is claiming that he didn't crash, so I don't know. I'm not quite sure. Yeah, I mean, Master Leaf had control of those units while I was in the game, and he definitely wasn't in great shape. I mean, I don't know that it was a killing blow for him, but he was definitely in a bad spot. Yeah, so Master Leaf is saying that the game was out of whack when I left. And granted, that was from the game crashing. Yeah, so I'm just reading Skype messages here from Phantom, one of the tournament officials, and he's saying that Dimitri's streaming as well. He's saying, what do you propose? I'm thinking, I'm honestly not sure. I mean, I don't know that I'd be the person to make that decision, to be completely honest. I don't know that I want to inject myself in this discussion, because these guys know this situation better than I do. The only thing I can really do is try to minimize my impact on these games, because honestly I should have no impact. I mean, personally, I'd love to see the game be replayed, but I mean, I'm not going to dictate that that's what should happen. I'm going to let these guys sort it out, and I'm just going to wait it out and see what the results are, because again, I don't think I'm going to be adding anything of use to this conversation. Because yeah, I mean, it was a tense moment in that game when that happened. Again, I'm not sure what caused that to happen. It's just an unfortunate circumstance, to be honest. mean, I think if we had to... I'm just talking through it, and again, I don't want this to influence in any way the decision that's made, is that it definitely looked like Dimitri was in a good shape. But man, I don't know. I'd have to go back and take another look at the replay. It's hard to know. The game wasn't over, though. I know that for a fact. It wasn't like he lost all of his harvesters there, though he was poised to. I don't know. I mean, as a streamer, sure, I'd love to see a rematch. I mean, that's seeing more games is not a bad thing for us. But yeah, I love you guys in the chat. You're saying rematch, rematch. Yeah, I mean, again, I see the viewer aspect of it. Absolutely, believe me, I would love to see a rematch. But I understand Dimmy's point of view as well. It's like, you know, you can't point the finger to him and directly say without, you know, a shadow of a doubt that he was the cause of the crash, and, you know, or the lag or whatever it may be. Because honestly, I mean, the only person that you could potentially even point to is me. Because I was the only one that crashed out of that game. Again, I don't know why. There's no realistic reason for why. I mean, everything was running just perfectly fine. I double checked my ping, and I still haven't dropped any frames since we swapped servers and stuff. So from everything that I can tell, I'm running clean now. So whatever that crash was, I have no idea. I see some comments in the chat that are saying it seems lag was only called after Sparty crashed. Well, yeah, but there's no guarantee that actually occurred that way, because the only person that we have to take their word for it is Masterleaf, and he was not in a great position in that game anyways. So, you know, it's tough to say whether or not that's a legitimate thing. Looks like they're in a lobby to talk it out here. I think it's Phantom, Masterleaf, and Dimitri. They're trying to decide what to do here. Yeah, Technique's saying that he would probably hold under those normal circumstances. And again, I would agree to a certain degree. I mean, the thing was that Dimitri was all in, so he definitely had the advantage in that situation, but the question is whether or not Masterleaf would fall in that circumstance, and we don't know because we couldn't see it. Yeah, there is no good way out of this situation. I agree. It's, you know, I think the majority of people would agree that rematching seems like the safest way to do this, but then it's like, the problem is that sets kind of a precedent in that anybody could just claim that there was lag, and then it's like, how do you determine, you know, that their concerns of lag are more important than someone else's? And, you know, at what point does this issue of lag become a game ender or a rematch forcer in situations where players are just genuinely losing? Again, I don't think that that's necessarily the circumstances here, but you can see how it can set that dangerous precedent. Yeah, see, this is the problem. I'm reading through the chat here, and Master Leaf is saying we'll just without anybody streaming or anything like that. And he's pretty confident that he's going to win, but then Dimitri's just saying, and this is exactly why we can't set this precedent, is he's just saying, I'll just blame lag at Spike, so please. Then I lose again, more cause lag. Nope. Yeah. This is the problem that we face with this. It's like, it's just a never-ending... I don't know. The more I think about it, the thing that I think would make this the most fair is that at this point, because I crashed out and I can't be like an impartial observer here, is to just go best of 7. I mean, I understand Dimitri's point of view, like this is his opportunity for a spot in the finals when he normally wouldn't get one, but I don't know that you necessarily want to get there on this, off of something like this. Crap, I'm gonna hit you up with one of the song here, saying what is the song? Please someone tell me. The one that was just playing probably at the time that you were commenting was Nakali by Little V Mills, so you can check that out for yourselves. Yeah, this is just, it's a bad situation all around, especially for the tournament officials. I feel bad. I feel bad for Phantom. No matter which way he makes this call, it's bad. Not because of anything that he's done or because of anything anybody else has done. It's just the situation. You know, in an ideal world, I think Dimitri would just accept the rematch opportunity, because I don't know. Again, I understand. I understand his point of view. It's like he doesn't want to take another chance against Master Leaf. He knows who Master Leaf is, and you know, I think if you go point for point with Master Leaf, it's, you know, it's probably going to be in Master Leaf's favor. So I can understand why he's reluctant to give up a sure spot in the finals. I just... Alright, it looks like Phantom's pulled the trigger here, and it's unfortunate, I have to say. You know, Leaf, if you're out there, man, understand that we all understand. I'm sure Phantom, more than most, understands, man. It's like, it's not a situation that any of us are happy with. But aside from the player just simply agreeing to replay the match of his own volition, you know, I don't think that we have precedent set for a situation like this. I sympathize, man. I really do. And if it was my problem that caused that, holy cow! You know, I don't know. Yeah, and I mean, there's no cash on the line either. That's something else to be factored in. It's like we just kind of move on. It's unfortunate. At the very least, it's unfortunate. So it looks like we'll rehash this discussion probably at length on the forums. I foresee this being a healthy discussion on the forums. Yeah, I mean, it's unfortunate. I sympathize heavily with Master Leaf, but again, I see Dimitri's perspective, and I understand, and you know, the idea of the precedent that it sets by forcing the remake when there's no clear reason or clear evidence, I guess, for the lag. I mean, yes, there's things that you could point to that are, you know, quote unquote obvious that cause lag, but there's just no way. There's no way to guarantee it. I was looking forward to Game 5, to be honest. I mean, I was happy to see an ace match, and now unfortunately it's come down to who do we pull the trigger on? You know, and again, everybody that's watching, you have to understand, see it from all perspectives. You know, don't take somebody's side because you like them. You know, Dimitri has a point. It's like he did win the game. You know, the game played out. They didn't crash, so the game played out. He did win the game. But Master Leaf, I can understand his perspective. I crashed out. The game started. You know, he says that the game started lagging afterwards. I'm sure he's probably got video of it. You know, there can be a case made after the fact. But the problem is like we're in the tournament now, and we have to make this decision. And no matter which way you make the decision, it's bad for somebody. So, I hope all of you at home can understand. And again, appreciate why this took so long to decide, is it's not a clear-cut case of do this because it's the right thing to do. It's just, it is what it is. So anyways, it is going to be Technique and Dimitri in the finals here, so Dimitri going to have to work his way through a best of 7 against Technique, and we'll have to see how he fares against him. Game number 1 going to be coming up momentarily, everybody, so be sure to stick around. Okay, guys, so it turns out Master Leaf is going to join me for a dual cast, so probably going to be a little bit disappointed, but that's okay. We'll give him a pep talk and see if we can at least enjoy the remainder of these games. At the very least, potentially Master Leaf will get to enjoy joining me in watching Technique dispose of Dimitri, but maybe Dimitri will astound us all. We'll have to see. But anyways, we're going to find out right now. I will give him a call. Let's see if it works. Hello, sir.
Hello? What?
Can you hear me?
Do you hear me?
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Hang on, let me just restart this real quick. I think there's something.
You can't hear me. I have not actually called anybody on my new machine yet, so I may have my settings all messed up. Let's see. Let's change this. Okay. Think that may have done it. All right, hello.
All right, okay. Do you hear me?
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I'm not too loud or too quiet or anything. Is that fine?
I don't think so. I think you're just fine. I'm not sure. The chat will have to let me know. You sound okay to me, though. I can hear you.
All right. Okay.
So first things first, don't shoot the messenger by extension. I'm not sure what caused me to crash out of that last game, but...
Oh, no, I'm not too fussed about it. It's not as though there's money on the line or anything. It's just a fun tournament, so... It's not a big deal. I do hope that in the future we avoid that, though.
We will definitely have a discussion about it. There's no question about that, because this is not the first time something like this has occurred. So we will. It's definitely going to be a topic of conversation. But anyways, I guess that aside, here we go into the best of 7 finals here, folks. First map's going to be 6 City as well.
Yeah, it's a small map, so Blackhand going to be favored on this map just because infantry are so good in those garrisons, Cabals especially. So, yeah.
Oh, would you look at that?
Yeah, I'm not sure if he closed his stream off or what, but yeah.
Well.
He's definitely got some connection issues. We know that much.
There appears to be some kind of an issue. Technique saying, I think I was winning. I think I would agree.
Yeah.
Seem to be in a powerful position in this game.
So. Definitely.
Well, I don't know that this makes Dimitri's case for him here.
Maybe we should rehost the game. I think he's not coming back, so...
Yeah, it's probably best. I figured I'd just let this bar tick through just to make sure, but more than likely not coming back.
So more delays.
Okay, false start. Or Technique gets a free win. One or the other. And I think, okay, I thought for a second I was frozen. Oh, just can't get anything right today. We'll get it eventually.
I was watching your stream a little earlier and found that you were dropping some frames. I'm not sure why that is. I'd imagine it wouldn't be your computer that's to blame. Probably something else.
And I think we talked about it a little bit in lobby. It's I was definitely dropping frames. I mean, I dropped like 12,000 frames, which is no joke. Streaming at 30 frames a second. Or no, oh, is this 60 frames? Maybe that's why. It shouldn't be 60 frames. I don't think so.
Yeah, that would require a ton of bitrate, wouldn't it?
I mean, I have the bitrate for it, but no, it's not. It shouldn't be 60 frames.
Not that I think that would make a difference. No. What software do you use? Open broadcast software, I think.
I use XSplit actually now. OBS, I used to have all kinds of problems with frame drop. So ever since I switched to XSplit, I didn't have this issue. But well, new computer, setting up codecs wrong. It happens.
Doesn't Shadowplay work with streaming?
Ooh, technically yes, but you can't do a whole lot with it. and I have had nothing but problems with Shadow Play ever since I built this machine, so probably not going to happen. Yeah, Dimitri giving a little happy face.
Okay, so hopefully this time we got a game. It's not going to crash or anything.
Try number 3 to actually see a game on this map.
Okay, so...
Alright, hold on. Let me just make sure I've got my factions and all that lined up, and it looks like we are good to go. So let's just get the full screen because we are known for doing radio mode. But anyways, welcome everybody to game number 1 of our best of 7 final series, and that brings us to the map 6 City. And spawning up in the top left position as the green-black hand, we have Dimitri.
And sliding to the bottom of the map, we can see Dimitri playing as the blue black hand. So it's going to be a black hand mirror. Did I say that right?
I think so. I think it's actually Technique down in the bottom. Oh,
no,
I got it backwards. I'm an idiot.
Technique always plays green, so...
All right, I'm the one that screwed it up. Let's fix that. Glad Leaf is here to fix me. So yes, Technique on the top side of the map, Dimitri on the bottom side, Black Hand Mirror matchup. So I saw you went Black Hand Mirror on this map last time around, so you're saying it's a Black Hand favored map because of the garrisons?
Yeah, and also the rush distance being really short allows for rushes like Reckoner rushes and Flame Tank rushes to be much more potent because those units are going to be at your base at no time, pretty much. But there is one good thing about this map for GDI factions is that they can put rifle squads in these buildings and guarantee that the shroud around that building will be always revealed for them. So yeah, you could argue that it's good for GDI as well as Black Hand.
Okay, so...
Oh, we got an all-in coming out for, what's his name, Dimitri. So I'm not sure if, what's his name, Technique's going to follow up with his own all-in or not. No, it looks like he's going for a flame rush. So yeah, maybe if he gets this flame tank around one of these buildings, he can force the bikes around it and score a few kills with that flame tank. Can happen.
So we'll have to see what happens here. It's going to be a flame rush versus an all-in. I have to say that it seems like the all-in is probably going to be favored here because the flame tank is going to be pretty much useless against this bike buggy. And, I mean, they should be able to come in and clean up that flame tank pretty quickly. The question is, will
he could do what I said.
Respond to this?
Yeah, this flame tank's already down to quarter health, so it's going to get dispatched relatively easily here. And Technique going to clean up some bikes in the process. Actually, no, he gets away with that flame tank, so nicely done there by Technique, actually. That's going to cause problems in the future for Dimitri. All his bikes getting chewed up a bit there by the Black Hand squad.
Yeah, definitely not a great opening engagement here for this double War Factory all-in for Dimitri. Certainly allowing Technique to stabilize and didn't actually lose that flame tank. That's a pretty critical thing, to be honest, because, I mean, that flame tank can now be a menace if he's able to hide it on the side of the map or something like that. I don't know that he's going to be able to really do anything early on with it, just based on the fact that he does have to deal with that looming threat of the bike buggy. But one of the War Factories has been sold off here for Dimitri.
Which is really odd because the all-in didn't do what he wanted to, which was to put Technique behind in this game. Technique is on 2 Harvesters, 1 Refinery, but he also has an MCV, so for that reason he is ahead in this game. It's also worth noting that the engineer of Dimitri got killed somehow because it would have captured one of Dimitri's spikes, so Dimitri not going to have that 3-to-1 spike advantage.
Yeah, so... interesting choices here. It's going to be a MCV coming straight out here for Dimitri, and he's going to look to try to get himself recovered in this game. But now he's going to be under a lot of pressure here from Technique because he moves in with a lot of bikes and that flame tank joining from the earlier
the flame tank.
This is a lot of bikes here from Technique, a lot of damage coming out on the bikes. And the flame tank just trying to burn down the War Factory. Is it going to get the War Factory before it goes down? It's going to take a lot of damage, and it's going to go down so very close, but it leaves it alive for so long. Refinery takes a ton of damage as well, but the majority of the bikes have been taken out here for Technique, and he's going to fall back.
Well, he does get a Harvester for his troubles, so that will... I think Technique will be quite glad with that pickup, actually, getting that 1 Harvester there, considering how he was already ahead in the game. But Technique, he hasn't actually got a 3rd Harvester out yet, nor has he got a secondary War Factory, so it's actually a little closer than what I thought. I thought maybe Technique would have recovered more by now, but he's actually continuing to spam bikes out. But yeah, the more bikes that Technique has, the better, because it looks like Dimitri, despite having an MCV, is pretty much all in at this point because he only has that 1 Harvester.
Yeah, and we did just see an engineer die going for the Tiberium spike on the top side of the map for Technique. Dimitri's engineer, that is, did die.
Oh.
Was
Also, he actually just lost it. Okay.
Yeah, he's just now lost it. But anyways, bikes versus bikes here between Technique and Dimitri on Technique's expansion. No real buildings here, but the War Factory comes down. GG called by Dimitri. And War Factory, or rather MCB gets sold off by Technique, but not going to matter as the game is over.
Yeah, quick game going to Technique, surprisingly, because he got that flame tank out early on, which I thought would be a bad idea versus the all-in, but it did soak up a lot of damage from those bikes, and it kept the bikes busy for such a long time. And not scoring a kill on that flame tank, I think, was really the deciding point of that game, because he used that flame tank to great effect to destroy that War Factory, or not destroy it, but he forced out a lot of enemy fire. He used it as basically a meat shield.
Yeah, and I don't know. I felt like Technique could have potentially played that flame tank move a little bit better as he moved in for that second time, because it seemed like he was spreading fire between the War Factory and the refinery. I think if he had gotten the War Factory, he would have been an even more convincing position to move forward in that game. But it just looked like Dimitri was not able to hold up to the aggression there that Technique was able to put on.
That's true, and Dimitri didn't get the spike either, and that's one of the things that makes All-In so good, is that spike advantage. So not getting that spike also will allow Technique to hold a lot easier.
Yep.
So it looks like Technique choosing Tiberium Rift. Well, no, it's Dimitri, because Dimitri lost that game, so yeah, loser pick.
Yes, indeed. So Technique up 1-0 in this best of 7 series, and we'll have to see if Dimitri can strike back here. Game 2 on its way up. Let's take a look and see, because I'm not going to get my normal setup time here. Let's try to get it right this time around. It looks like Dimitri's up in the top left, spawning as the cyan black hand.
Okay, and in the bottom right-hand side, we're playing as his staple color, Technique green black hand. Going to be up 1-0 in this grand final series.
All right, so it is 1-0, as Leaf was saying, in this best of 7 series. So it's certainly not a crazy amount of momentum here for Technique, but he's going to be feeling good nonetheless.
Yeah, I mean, I was ahead 2-1 and I somehow managed to lose the series, so anything can happen. One game doesn't really matter much. If you're ahead 2 games, however, though, that is quite an advantage, and it's really hard to swing an advantage like that around. It is a best of 7, so there is a lot of opportunities for the game, the series to swing like that. But yeah, it'll be interesting to see if one of these players goes for a rush, since it's a black hand mirror. You'd expect one of them to do a rush.
Yeah, so I'm kind of interested. I mean, this map, it seems like this would be a pretty good GDI map, but then again, I mean, both of these guys are pretty well known for nod play, particularly Technique with the black hand. But I don't know. What do you think of the faction choices here? I mean, black hand mirror, you know, that was the meme for the longest time in tournaments, but I thought we were kind of moving away from that. It doesn't seem like that's going to be the case here for our finals.
I don't think you're obliged to play black hand mirrors anymore, because Reckoners are slower, and that was the unit that was oppressing factions like GDI and Traveler from seeing any play, because it was just that hard to stop that rush. Even if you saw it coming, it would still be cost effective, but now it's not so much. And GDI generally do perform decent on this map and maps like this, because it's a large map and the rush distance is relatively good for GDI to defend with stuff like pits and preds. And Hammerhead and Predator tanks on this map would be a pretty good go-to combination for GDI. So yeah, it's not really a black hand map per se, but black hand mirrors on this map can happen.
Yes, indeed, and we do see some bikes out here for Technique. Dimitri responding with some of his own bikes, and the question is, will he be able to hold? He should be able to hold. There's only 4 or 5 bikes out here for Technique, and it's not going to be all that threatening of a force. However, obviously, if you're completely undefended, then it can be a problem, but at the very least, it's forcing you to move around.
Yeah, and that Shredder turret also going to be really nuisance for Technique, because that's going to act as a meat shield, really. The bikes will waste a volley on that Shredder turret unless Technique has his bikes assigned to groups where he shoots down Dimitri's bikes with those groups, which is, I mean, I've seen him do that occasionally. He's basically keeping Dimitri scouted right now with these bikes. He's not going to expend them. He's just going to see exactly what's going on with Dimitri's base.
Yeah, and it seems like this is an opportunity where you could look to grab some of that blue Tiberium as well. When you're able to get that pressure on like this, it seems like you could try to capitalize on it, but I haven't really seen much. The games that I have seen on this map, I haven't really seen many people going for that early blue Tiberium unless they really spent a lot on units early on.
In a black hand mirror, it's very, very risky actually going for that blue tip unless you scored a major victory early on and you're ahead in the game. But in a game like this where both sides are on equal footing, it's just going to be risky proposition going for the blue tip, especially how Dimitri opted for that 2 war factory instead of the refinery, which Technique went for.
Yeah, so potentially going to be looking to get some more units out on the map here. The second war factory is down here for Dimitri. He put that back at home at the original main, so more than likely going to drop another war factory at his expansion as well. At least that's what it seems is common from what I've seen anyways. And it looks like Dimitri's going to use this opportunity to grab himself some blue Tiberium. Just realizing that he has more units out on the map.
Yeah, he will have units out on the map right now, but Technique will be ahead momentarily in this game. He's probably going to drop a 3rd war factory after this second ref because he is ahead economically and he can support the 3 war factory. So this advantage that Dimi has right now will not last that long in my opinion.
Yeah, as you can see, Technique already massing up to a pretty decent number of bikes as well. So he's got a pretty threatening force out on the map as it stands. It seems like neither side willing to commit into an engagement just yet. I mean, it seems like this is an opportunity where Dimitri could look to engage, as he does have those Raider buggies to tank the front line, but again, it's just a matter of whether or not you want to take the possibility of taking a loss in those early engagements. Bikes on the move up to the top side for Technique, though. He's looking for a spot to move in, and nope, he's going to pull back.
No, it's generally a bad idea to engage your opponent when they have 2 war factories. That defender's advantage is pretty much going to be massive for the person who has it. Technique is in no rush to really pressure Dimitri right now because he has that 4th refinery way before Dimitri. He's been able to harvest more tank loads of Tiberium than Dimitri. So yeah, he's just going to play it cool and macro up a bigger army, and I think he's going to move out then.
Yeah, and we just saw the tier 2 come down from Technique, so going to be looking to transition into Scorpion tanks with Dozer Blades, as we did see that upgrade coming online straight away. And, or rather, he's working on it, so we should see that in the near future. But Bike Buggy's still rolling around here for Dimitri. Technique matching that, just trying to mirror one another here, make sure that no one's getting a free engagement into some harvesters. And yeah, this is a tense early game. We haven't really seen much fighting so far, but it's understandable why not.
Yeah, both of these guys are going to transition into Scorpion tanks, which is pretty much the norm in these kind of matchups. But yeah, as I said, Technique with that 3 war factory will be enjoying a nice macro advantage in this game. Dimitri going for a flame tank, surprisingly. Not entirely sure how that's going to work versus Technique, who is always all over the map.
Yeah, so Dimitri does have that flame tank in the mix. I don't know if it has been spotted by Technique just yet, but he will likely see it in the near future. And it's on the move by itself. Could potentially look to get sniped here. And,
I mean, he could use it as a target gummy.
He's taking a lot of damage. That flame tank will go down. Baits 3 or 4 bikes in, but trading a flame tank for a couple of bikes, that's probably okay there for Technique. Could have gone better for him, but not all.
A lot of those units were decoys there, actually, so it doesn't. The force that Dimitri has is not that menacing, actually.
Yeah, and we've got a Scorpion tank engagement down on the bottom side of the map. We did see Technique looking to push into this base here of Dimitri. He does have Dozer Blades, whereas Dimitri does not. However, Defender's advantage going over to Dimitri, as we do see the War Factory down on the front lines for him now. So triple War Factory here for Dimitri. He's going to look to transition into Scorpion tanks. Does still have a fair bit of Bike Buggy as well as Technique. And Technique actually has a number of flame tanks out as well.
Does he really? Where are those flame tanks?
They're back towards the Tiberium spike, actually. He's got 3 headed across the middle of the map right now over by the blue Tiberium field. So
I think he may have expected infantry transition from Dimitri, but not to be. Dimitri instead going to go for that triple War Factory Scorpion tank spam. So those flame tanks won't be as useful as Technique would have liked. But yeah, Technique going to enjoy a comfortable advantage here in numbers. And he's just going to drive Dimitri around in circles at this point. Dimitri is not going to be in a good position here. A majority of his army is actually in the bottom of his base.
Yeah, Dimitri now taking a lot of punishment back at home, as he did lose an upgraded power plant. Now he's under fire here. Flame tank on the front lines, not actually taking any fire just yet, but not doing a whole lot to speak of. Big decoy army and support power being used here by Technique. And this is getting very messy here, but it definitely looks like Technique is taking the better side of this engagement. However, we do see Bike Buggy coming in from Dimitri on the backside, so cleaning up a few units there. So very nice pickups.
But yeah, Technique just destroyed all of Dimitri's harvesters in the bottom as that was going on. So Dimitri now has no harvesters. He's out of it. He's dead.
Yeah, this is looking like it is going to be it here for Dimitri, as we do see the sweeping army here of Technique coming in from the top side. Dimitri probably scratching his head right now, wondering where things went wrong. I think he knows exactly what happened. Anyways, we do have a flank tank from Dimitri back in the base of Technique, but I don't know that it's going to matter so much. GG coming in from Dimitri, and that is going to be it. Game number 2 going over to Technique.
Yeah, quite convincing fashion. Also, the 2-ore factory from Dimitri wasn't really a good idea, in my opinion. That didn't do anything. He wasn't able to punish the third refinery of Technique, which is the main reason why you go for 2-ore factories before your third ref, is to kill your opponent's harvester spawning from that third ref.
Okay. Yep.
Since he was unable to do that, he just fell behind and subsequently lost.
Yeah. He definitely seemed to have a lot more units earlier on in the game, but again, like you were saying, he just wasn't able to commit into really doing any damage to Technique with those units. So not translating all that well over the long course of the game. Technique's eco reigning supreme in this game. Let's just take a quick look. Yeah, you can see his resource graph looking pretty good there as it went through almost the 9-minute mark, and had a pretty hefty lead over the top of Dimitri. But anyways, that's going to be it for game 2. Technique is up 2-0 in this best-of-7 series, but Dimitri could look to strike back here in game 3, and that's coming up momentarily, everybody, so be sure, stick around. All right, so what are we expecting out of Dimitri here for game 3? Is there anything in particular? If you're down 0-2, what's going through your mind at this point?
If I was behind 2-0, I would feel a bit demoralized, honestly. I like to start series off with a bang, win, and then push my advantage that way. Some players are better at handling being behind more than others. But yeah, it's yet to be seen how well Dimitri will come back from this if he does. He's deciding to pick Tournament Galaxy. So it's a great map to camp because there is no advantage to controlling this map because there's no assets like blue Tiberium or contested spikes. So if you just camp on this map, it's as good as pressuring your opponent and controlling the map for the entirety of the game.
So now that makes me wonder the choice here to go with Black Hand. Does it seem to make sense if it's like predicated on the assumption that it's going to be kind of a better to camp back at home? This, arguably one of the most aggressive factions in the game. Does it make as much sense to go with something like this rather than like GDI, where you could just kind of play safe back at home, use those Predator tanks around the War Factory and defend yourself?
Look, I absolutely agree with you. GDI would be a much better option, considering the late game options that GDI have are much better than Black Hand. An army of Juggernauts with the Marv and Zone Heads and Snipers, they're going to waste any Black Hand army composition. So yeah, I do agree. It would be much better going GDI on this map, but these guys are deciding to go with the Black Hand. I guess in a tournament they'll just stick with the tried and true and not really experiment too much.
Can't always argue with a comfort pick, but anyways, game number 3 going to take us to the map Tournament Galaxy, and spawning down in the bottom left position as the purple Black Hand, we have Dimitri.
And sticking with his favorite color, Technique up here in the top right, playing as the green Black Hand. He's ahead 2-0 in this series. Yeah, 2-0.
Glad to see that I'm rubbing off on you, Leaf, getting the colors mixed up in your head. I appreciate that. But anyways, yeah, so Technique up 2-0, and he's getting a Black Hand mirror again. Technique arguably the most knowledgeable of these maps due to the fact that, well, he kind of made it. So it makes you wonder if he has a somewhat of an advantage on these maps, but I imagine it's probably not going to be all that significant. Engineer's going to be grabbing tib spikes for both sides. Not all that shocking here as we head into the early portion of the game. So what do you think? Is this a map that you would go for some kind of an early rush in a Black Hand mirror matchup, or play this one out safe?
Well, it's a good map to rush on because the tip field is facing the opponent. So if you camp outside this tip field, you can disrupt the opponent's harvesters from harvesting. That's unlike a map like Arena, where you have to place the refs not facing your opponent, if you know what I mean.
Right.
And the refineries it's a much easier to defend that kind of tip field as opposed to this map. But I don't think there's going to be any rush coming out of either of these plays. Actually, yes, Technique going to go for the 3 bikes. So it's just going to be a stock standard 3-bike build. Not sure if Dimitri will see this coming. Actually, no, Dimitri going to do the exact same. So it's going to be a mutual destruction here, I do think. Early buggy getting cleaned up for Technique.
Yeah, so cleaning up that scouting unit early on, not all that bad there for Technique. Honestly, it's not a huge loss for Dimitri, but honestly, whenever you can trade, take the trade. But Dimitri moving around with those 3 bikes, just like you were saying. Now the question is, who will get the shots off? 4th bike going to be joining there for Dimitri. So actually, he may be adding a few to the mix. Looks like Technique is sticking with those 3 bikes for the time being and just going to play this one defensive.
I don't know if you've seen any of my videos lately, but for some reason, everything on this map appears purple for me. So I'm confusing Dimitri's bikes with Technique's bikes for that reason. I just don't understand why it's like that. But
okay.
Yeah, wow.
I have watched the videos. I did not catch that part, but yeah, that's a strange bug. I don't know why it would appear purple. But yeah, Technique taking a very nice engagement there, cleans up all the bikes of Dimitri, and I don't even think he lost a single bike.
Yeah, very well done. I think maybe a Cabal Scope was there that absorbed the majority of the damage there. But yeah, nicely done by Technique. Technique once more in the lead in this game. Because he has those bikes. He's going to push out with quite a number of bikes. That's enough bikes to do some serious damage. But yeah, it's actually going to be an all-in from Dimitri. So yeah, this Technique is probably going to be quite comfortable against this all-in. He's going to snipe this Harvester most likely, or not. He's going to send it back. Okay, well, that Harvester...
Very close to taking down that Harvester, and that would have actually been a pretty big pickup there for Technique, knowing that Dimitri is now all in. He's probably now realizing that Dimitri is all in. But anyways, yeah, those bikes are going to fall back. They do a fair bit of damage to the Harvesters, but trading kind of 1-for-1 here, I think. And actually, Dimitri may be taking the better end of this trade as it goes on.
That's true. And yeah, Technique ahead in this game because he has that 3rd refinery. And I don't think Dimitri has anything to really punish it. Yes, he does. He has bikes. And Technique has little to show for it, so it's now Dimitri's opportunity to go in there and do some damage. He has to make something happen here. He has to keep Technique's bike numbers low if he can, and he should be able to score himself a few Harvester kills here. If I was Technique right now, I'd be definitely stop queuing bikes and going for Scorpion tanks, because those will not get sniped straight out of the War Factory. 1 Harvester goes down, 2 Harvesters go down, and as it stands, I don't see anything to stop this.
Yeah, and him not being drafted just to get the ball out to try and crush some of these bikes, but it looks like a refinery being sold off. A 2nd War Factory coming down from Technique. He's in dire straits right now, forced to pull all of his Harvesters off the line, what little have remained from that attack. So pretty big pickup there from Dimitri.
This is going to prompt a MCV cell out of Technique, so yeah, that 3rd refinery definitely coming back to haunt him. I guess Dimitri definitely made the right call there, going for that all-in. And Scorpion Tank's going to be on the cards for Technique. Though with proper micro, I think Dimitri should be able to snipe some of those Scorpion Tanks with ease, actually.
Yeah, the question is if Dimitri is able to just sit here and hold on to map control for the time being with those bikes, build up his Scorpion Tank army in the meantime. I don't know. Yeah, he's probably transitioned into Scorpion Tanks. We can see a few of them out on the map now. Could look to start to match the numbers here of Technique. No tech going to be coming online for either one of these guys, at least not for the foreseeable future, so no Dozer Blades to play a factor. But yeah, it's just a matter of keeping these bikes alive at this stage.
There's one thing worth noting, and that is Dimitri has 2 spikes right now, so that's a pretty big advantage, 2 spikes to 0 spikes, considering how both of these guys are sitting even as far as economy goes. And yeah, this is looking really bad for Technique. I'm not sure how Technique's going to come back from this.
Yeah, but then again, this comes back to what we were talking about before, is it's like this is a map where you can kind of play defensive and you don't really get punished for it. There's not really a whole lot that Dimitri can do with map control early, or rather at this stage of the game. Saboteur running through the middle of the map. It looks like he's going to try to secure one of those tib spikes, but will more than likely get gunned down before he makes his way down there.
Yeah,
Technique actually sending down some Scorpion tanks to try and clear out that garrison, but it looks like he's going to get met by the Scorpion tanks here from Dimitri. Loses the Scorpion tank there, probably a second one going to be going down, so definitely not the trade that Technique was looking for. But now the engineer just running past all of those Scorpion tanks may actually make it to the tip spike, but I very much doubt that that's going to be the case. Bike's moving in on the top side there for Dimitri. Come in, get himself another harvester, and it's looking like he's going to fall back with that pickup there.
Yeah, definitely something that Technique couldn't afford to lose. More harvesters, considering how he was already in a dire position. Dimitri going to push in here. He's going to find some resistance. Technique going to be forced to make units rather than economy. He would really ideally want to be going for harvesters, though Dimitri has been sitting on 4 harvesters for all this time. He has not got his MCV back out yet, so once he's out of tib, he's going to be finding himself long distance harvesting, and he won't be able to produce at the rate he is now when that happens. So yeah, Technique definitely has a chance here because of all this tip that he has on his Tiberium fields.
Yeah, that's an interesting observation. It's that, you know, Technique, he's double War Factory, double Refinery all in, but the difference is that one of his refineries is on the expansion field and will allow him to get a lot more economy over the long portion of the game. Ooh, looks like a number of bikes here from Technique going to get caught out of position, though, and they're going to get eaten alive here by Dimitri as he cleans up 2 of them, but he's not going to choose to chase the rest.
No, and I don't really agree with...
in the middle of the map as well. It looks like Technique's pushing forward, but he's going to get met by the bikes from Dimitri on the top side. He's going to choose to fall back here. Everything stabilizes out.
Yeah, Technique just going to continue with this production. It would probably be unwise to switch to an MCV at this point. Dimitri, as you can see now, he's starting to struggle with the production. He may have transferred his harvesters a bit too late to the expansion field, and he's actually going to get them now harassed by these 3 bikes. So Technique definitely has his game awareness right now. He knows that Dimitri is trying to harvest that Tiberium field, so he's going to do all he can to stop that from happening.
Yeah, so it seems like the onus right now is on Dimitri to try and keep his trades tight and clean. He is moving in with bikes on the backside. It looks like he could get himself a power plant snipe. Doesn't look like he is going to get it. Now the Scorpion tanks are going to move into position. One does go down, but they're trading out with bikes right now, and I don't think Dimitri wants all these bikes to be dying. He's doing a fair bit of damage, but he's taking a lot of damage in return. The question is he going to get any harvesters? It looks like he's going to try to snipe down one. He gets pulled off the line. He should be able to keep these alive, and the Scorpion tank's just making short work of these bikes.
Yeah, that was pretty much the killing blow, that losing all those bikes for little in return. That is definitely going to be helping out Technique a lot here, and Technique knows that he's ahead in this game, so he's going to push out with his Scorpion tank army, and Dimitri really cannot really match the economy of Technique at this point. Technique has no rush to really push Dimitri. Perhaps he wants to, I'm not sure why, maybe he wants to go for the Tiberium spike, which makes it a great deal of sense considering how those have been funding Dimitri's economy for, well, the entirety of this game.
Yeah, knowing that Dimitri is starved out of economy right now, taking down those Tiberium spikes, as we did see him take down the one on the north side of the map just a little bit earlier. Not a bad idea at all. Bikes moving in here for Dimitri, looking to go harvester hunting once again. Very quick micro here from Technique to pull those harvesters off the line, so not going to even take any shots from those bikes. So quick wits here about Technique to keep those harvesters
alive. He actually has rebuilt his MCV, so this is looking worse and worse for Dimitri. Dimitri really has to make something happen right now. He cannot hope to stay in this game if he just sits at home while Technique is has his MCV out and now working on his 3rd refinery. He's going to be well in the lead. He's going to snowball ahead right now.
Yeah, so Technique going to capitalize on the fact that he is ahead, going to get out that MCV again, and look to just play defensively back at home, force Dimitri to look to aggress onto him and then take defender's advantage and push it. We'll have to see if Technique can actually make something happen, or rather Dimitri can make something happen. It looks like he is actually just going to hang out back at home, again, not realizing that he doesn't really have the ability to do all that much damage because Technique has pretty much matched his numbers in terms of Scorpion tanks. And he's been taking pretty cost-effective trades around the map, as we do see a fair number of Scorpion tanks back at home defending the original field here for Technique. So he seems to be content with camping this one out. And it's like you were saying, there's no real emphasis on being, you know, looking to jockey for that map position right now, as he knows that he's got the advantage with the MCV.
The Technique really good with the map awareness. I just saw him garrison that building in the bottom to spot those bikes coming, and this is how he's able to position his units so well, is because he is scouting the map so well. He's spotting the units before he gets hit by them, and he's not going to get caught out of position by anything. And that's what I like about Technique, is that he's always on top of the map awareness.
Yes, indeed. And Operations Center came down for Technique a little while ago, and it looks like Dozer Blades is on the way. That will be pretty difficult here for Dimitri to deal with because he's a long ways out from Tier 2, I believe, unless I am mistaken. You can see that he's rebuilt his MCV. He's got a refinery up and running, but it's going to be a while before he gets that Dozer Blade upgrade online.
Speaking of Dozer Blades, it's actually surprising how Technique doesn't have it. He will actually have it in a few seconds, so that will be quite devastating for Dimitri once that comes online.
Ooh, bikes down in the bottom right corner. It looks like they're going to look to harass some harvesters here from Technique, but they're spreading their fire out. Definitely not the greatest of engagements. One bike will go down there. Scorpion Tank's going to clean that up from Technique, and there's a Professor Cabal squad here as well, and those bikes will fall back.
Yeah, nice defense by Technique. He needs to remember to get his harvesters back to work. I've been noticing him forgetting. For example, there's one next to his MCV that's idle right now. Really can't afford that to be idle. Dimitri is recovering slowly in this game. He's going to get his Dozer Blade upgrade online. I think it's now Technique's opportunity to attack Dimitri, considering how he has that upgrade advantage.
And he's got a lot of Scorpion Tanks here. It looks like he is going to move in for some aggression here. Dimitri a little bit far off from his Dozer Blades. They should be coming online pretty soon into this fight, but Technique choosing not to engage here, realizing that he'd be caught in a pretty big concave. I can't disagree with pulling back in that situation.
Yeah, Dimitri just made a massive mistake. He just put his refineries close to one another. At this stage of the game, when you know Technique has that MCV, you're just begging for those refineries to get clicked. And I think Technique, if he just goes for his tech right now and one clicks, he could probably just win the game through that catalyst missile if he identifies it.
Yeah, and the question is whether or not it's going to come online quickly enough, because correct me if I'm wrong here, but you know, if this field gets mined out even to half of what it is now, I imagine that catalyst missile being used on that field probably wouldn't be all that effective. But it looks like we did have a small engagement down on in the middle of the map, as we do see a few of Dimitri's units being cleaned up. I'm not quite sure what it was. Flame tank on the top side of the map for Dimitri, going to get caught out here by some Scorpion tanks from Technique. So again, like you were saying, the scouting here from Technique is on point. He's able to catch these units before they could become a problem.
Yeah, Fnatic's getting introduced into the mix for Dimitri, and there is no buggies out for Technique, so all this will do is it will just force Technique back. He's not going to engage. That's quite a sizable number of Scorpion tanks from Dimitri. Wow, he's been able to macro quite a few of those up. He's probably going to actually, yeah, Technique. What's he going to do here? I thought for a moment he would maybe split his units off and attack Dimitri. That wouldn't be a bad idea either, I don't think.
Yeah, Dimitri pretty well masked up down here on the bottom side of the map. Is potentially open on the other side of the map for some harassment. I'm surprised we haven't seen any bikes or anything out from Technique to maybe just get some harassment units out and keep Dimitri honest back at home. But man, he has got a lot of Scorpion tanks.
Yeah, and wow, the Technique has the tier 3, so those Fanatics are basically going to be redundant soon because of that particle beam upgrade. Technique can probably move his MCV if he really wants to with his Scorpion tank army and throw down those particle beam shredded turrets that will protect his Scorpion tanks versus those Fanatics.
Yeah, and tier 3 down for Dimitri, and the question is, will there be a tier 4? We don't see it just yet. It might be building. Got a building queued. Not sure what that is. Just a power plant. Fnatic's getting a few Raider buggies, but probably not all that bad here. Technique probably not feeling too bad about losing a couple Raider buggies to some Fanatics. A lot of Scorpion tanks out on the map for Dimitri, looking to jockey for position here, and they're just looking. I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, but it looks like he's looking for a favorable engagement here against Technique's Scorpion tank force.
He's been doing that since the beginning of the game. Neither one of these guys really willing to commit. They're just herding each other around, really. Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see how much longer they can go on like this. just massing and stacking units up. Oh, we got some decoys for Technique in the top of Dimitri's base. That can only mean one thing. It's going to be a Catalyst missile for Technique, and
there it is.
Scores a refinery. Not going to destroy the harvesters though, because it's R12.
Yep, so refinery on the expansion here for Dimitri has been destroyed, but he does still have one refinery, so it's not the end of the game for him. In the meantime, decoy army being used by Dimitri. That will get killed off, more than likely just trying to see where Technique's army is. MCV has moved forward here for Dimitri, so we are going to see a push here. Obelisk coming down on the front line for Dimitri, and now it is going to be the push. Obelisk actually on the front line is pretty scary here for Technique.
You know what would be amazing right now? Some Spectre artillery. I mean, I think that would be the absolute amazing unit to make. If you can land some Spectre shots on these armies, that would be devastating.
Yes, indeed. Just tough to get them into position to get those shots off. But, I mean, with how many Scorpion tanks there are, it's pretty hard to miss.
I think Technique has identified this. I wouldn't be surprised if this was Spectres. Yeah, he is. He's going for Spectres. Yeah, identifying that. This is going to be... this will decide him this game if he goes for these. I wouldn't be surprised if we see the same coming out of Dimitri. Oh!
Alright, so it looks like this is going to be the big engagement that we've been holding our breath waiting for. The Obelisks are going to get focused down here. It looks like the Spectre artillery did get focused down straight away, but big Vapor Bomb comes in, is going to lock down the power plant and I think one of the remaining Obelisks, but not doing all that much damage to the construction yard. And of Nods being sold off on the front lines, but not doing all that much. Fanatics getting gunned down here as they run forward. Scorpion tanks are trying to stay away from that fight for as long as they possibly can, just allow the base defenses to try and hold the line. Low power mode for Dimitri as he tries to get more and more of these Obelisks out on the front lines, but now that the War Factories are being camped, the Spectre artillery are having a hard time coming out, so he's not going to be able to get those out. More of these Scorpion tanks coming out on the front lines because they can tank a few more of these shots from the Obelisks. We're going to look to deal with these, but Dimitri's actually taking pretty good engagements here so far, losing a lot in terms of economy in the form of those Obelisks, but now is taking some great engagements up against the top side of the Scorpion tank engagement up on the northern side of this fight. And man, just unbelievable pressure here from both sides as Dimitri just will not back off.
Yeah, Dimitri has definitely came out on top on this engagement. Those Obelisks of Light scoring quite a few kills as well as the Spectres. Wow, that actually put some severe damage on those Scorpion tanks. And yeah, this is looking more and more favorable for Dimitri. I'm actually quite surprised how Dimitri was able to make this happen, considering how he looked to be so far behind at certain points in this game. But yeah, this is looking horrible for Technique now, because all those tanks of his are in the reds, just one shot away from dying to Dimitri. And I don't think he has
doing
enough.
A great job of keeping his Scorpion tanks up and around his MCV, just making sure to respond to that wall that Technique has, and just Obelisk shot after Obelisk shot, doing ridiculous damage to these Scorpion tanks here from Technique, and just no transition can be made really out of these Scorpion tanks. You can't really realistically go for avatars, too expensive. Gonna look to try to kill off the construction yard, does a lot of damage, but honestly he's taking some very bad trades here.
Yeah, these Obelisks of Light are going to seal the deal for Dimitri, and I think that's going to be a good game. I mean, Technique's army has been pretty much neutralized at this point. And those Fanatics of Dimitri, I'm not sure if they've done anything, but yeah, that's going to go to Dimitri. The multi-teams to be definitely coming through for him in that game.
GG coming in from Technique, and Dimitri, against all odds, comes back in this game. He's going to strike back to keep himself alive here. He's down 1-2 to Technique, but gets himself a point on the board nonetheless. 19 minutes and 42 seconds on the clock. A long game, I think, on that map. I'm not sure what you've seen in the past, but that one felt pretty long, all things considered.
Games generally do last long on that map because both sides have access to the same amount of Tiberium. So there's no like middle field on the map where if one player grabs that, they win the game. On Galaxy, both sides have the same amount of tips, so it can draw out for some time for that reason.
All right, so that being said, Dimitri strikes back, so he's now not completely out of it. I mean, if he had lost that game, he would have been at match point, and being down 0-3, oof, that's a tough one to recover from. So going to be breathing a bit of a sigh of relief there as we head into Game 4, being down only one game to Technique. And it looks like it is going to be Odyssey. Going to be the map choice coming out from Technique.
Yeah, I think Technique, I'm not sure if he's happy about losing that game or what. I mean, he was in a good position there, and losing that game from that spot must be quite demoralizing. But he is a professional player, and he's probably better than anyone else at handling situations like this. So, yeah.
Yes, indeed. So game number 4 going to be taking us to the map Tournament Odyssey, and spawning down in the bottom left position as the yellow-black hand, we have Dimitri.
And in the top, we can see Technique playing as black hand, so none of these guys deciding to steer away from black hand, just continuing to go with black hand. I'm not surprised with Technique, honestly, because he is probably, well, second best black hand player in the game after Bite. So yeah, it's not surprising to see him play his ace faction.
Yeah, going to be sticking with those comfort picks. It seems like Dimitri's pretty comfortable on black hand as well, so not all that shocking to see him going to that in a staple game, such as the finals of a tournament. But Tournament Odyssey black hand mirror matchup. Obviously, this map's slightly different than what we saw last time around. There's a bit more of an incentive to control the center of the map, but almost kind of similar layout. It's, you know, you kind of stick to your either top side or bottom side. And yeah, I'm kind of curious to see how this game plays out.
Well, the difference between this map and a map like Galaxy is that you can deny your opponent the third field, whereas on Galaxy you pretty much can't do that because the third Tiberium field on Galaxy is within reach of the base. So yeah, that's one difference. Wow, he actually gets the engineer of Dimitri. Technique scoring a kill there. Not sure what happened. Maybe Dimitri forgot his engineer, or unless Technique sold his first power plant and we didn't pay attention to it.
I don't think he sold a power plant because it seemed like his engineers were coming out at the same time, but a nice pickup nonetheless there for Technique. I'll be happy about that. Dimitri with a bit of a map BM.
Like, that shouldn't happen. I mean, Black Cabals are the second slowest scouts in the game. They're never going to make it all the way down there and kill the engineer. I think Dimitri forgot about his engineer personally.
Yeah, and I wonder, it seemed like he sent that engineer second to that farthest Tiberium spike. It seems like your first engineer, it almost seems like it would be beneficial to send that to the farthest Tiberium spike first. It's got the longest distance to travel. But anyways, not going to rehash, or rather beat a dead horse. As, we have a few bikes out here from Dimitri. Going to look to put some pressure on Technique's Harvester. One Harvester taking a lot of damage, but it's going to pull back here. Second War Factory coming down from Technique. He hasn't gone for any kind of an expansion. Is it going to be an MCV cell? That is the question here. Nothing being queued here from Technique.
Wouldn't be surprised, honestly. 4 Harvesters, 2 War Factories. This is going to be an MCV cell for Technique, I do believe. Yeah.
And cue the MCV cell.
Yeah, there we go. Actually, the game's over.
Okay, all right. Not going to get to see the double War Factory all in here, as Dimitri is going to tap out of this game. Unfortunately, losing his engineer pretty early on. It would have definitely put him in a bad spot in that game, especially with Technique going all in. He'd definitely be in rough shape. But anyways, that's going to be it for game 4. And now Dimitri's at match point.
I think he was just a little bit tilted after losing that engineer. He had no reason to lose it, so I guess he just couldn't really play on.
Understandable, however, throwing in the towel on a game 4 situation like that when you're down 2-1.
Not a good idea.
It's questionable, but you know, I wonder, you know, if you play the game out, there's a sense of mental stability in that game too. It's like knowing that you're so far behind. Is it worth going through that mental anguish of finishing that game out, knowing that you're so far behind? But I don't know. Anyways, that's going to be it for game 4. 3 minutes and 2 seconds on Tournament Galaxy. I've never seen that before.
Oh, I wish someone picked something besides Black Hand. It's getting pretty...
Yeah.
You know, it's the same old right now. And this patch was made for other matchups and other factions to flourish on. So it's a bit disappointing how both of these guys are picking Black Hand.
Yeah, honestly, I mean, obviously as an observer, I would love to see more factions, but I can understand these guys wanting to go with comfort picks. And not sure what they're talking about here. Figure out what map they're going to look for. Not a whole lot of maps left. I think we're 5 maps in, right? This is game 5 coming up. There's not a ton of map options remaining.
I think Dimitri must have sent his second engineer to that far Tiberium spike.
Oh,
that's
definitely.
how he maybe lost it.
Yep. Oh no, I saw it
just
myself, so I
it.
know for sure that's exactly what happened.
All right. Okay. Well, interesting.
Yeah.
Though I would have thought Dimitri would have gone for that spike first. But there's no harm technique trying that sort of thing. Maybe if you know that there's a chance that you could kill your opponent's engineer, then sure, why not? Go for it.
Yes, indeed. And okay. Man, I mean, that's just straight up play. It's, you know, to BM in a situation like this, I don't know that it's worth it. I guess we just
well, it's not good for Dimitri because he's pretty tilted right now, so this is not going to affect him in a good way in the next game. Let's just put it that way.
Yeah, I mean, if anything, it almost seems like it benefits technique to just let him continue to BM here, because, like you're saying, there's that tilt factor that comes into play, and it's very clear that Dimitri is off kilter right now, and that may rear its ugly head once again here in Game 5.
What I will say about these new maps is that unlike the EA maps, there's no spike poker on them, so you don't lose the game in the first minute if you lose your engineer, because
despite the fact that we just literally saw a game that ended exactly that way.
Yeah, but that, I mean, in all honesty, that shouldn't happen.
Yes, I agree.
Maps, on EA maps, players go for the same spike as you, so things can get ugly.
Yeah. Again, I think it's exactly what you said. You know, I haven't seen engineers getting sniped on this map before.
Except
it definitely seemed like it should have been the first engineer going to that Tiberium spike over on the far right-hand side. But anyways, it is what it is. Mistakes were made. Tilt was had. Okay, all right. You tell me how you pronounce this one.
Oh no. I don't know. Het Platteland. I think that's how Cypher taught me how to pronounce it.
I think I'm going to intentionally pronounce it wrong over and over again just to tilt the viewers. But anyways, Game 5 brings us to the map Het Platteland. Pronouncing that wrong on purpose, but spawning on the far left-hand side as the green-black hand, we have Technique.
And over on the right-hand side, we see playing as the cyan black hand, we have Dimitri, who is down currently 3-1, and this is actually a match point for Technique, so if Technique wins a single game from this point on, he wins the series.
Yeah, so it's do or die here for Dimitri. He has to pretty much reverse all sweep here of Technique, and
just...
oof, that's pretty unlikely, to say the least.
The only time I've seen this work was when Unleashed played bonus through in Kane's Wrath World Championship, and he went from 3-1 down to winning 4-3 versus bonus.
Yeah.
I'm not even sure how that happened, but it did.
Yep, I mean, we've definitely seen reverse sweeps before. We're no stranger to those, but I mean, the chances of this in a situation where, you know, you're not necessarily favored to win the matchup as it is, and you're down 3-1 in a situation like this in the finals, and coming off of a tilt in the last game, I'm curious to see how this one plays out. Maybe Dimitri just goes Super Saiyan, and oh, actually, it looks like he is going to get the Garrison here down on the bottom side, so wins the Garrison war on the bottom. Oh, but no, Technique manages to grab the other one.
Yeah, that's I'm not sure the strategic value of taking these buildings here, because there's plenty of other space that the bikes can navigate through and avoid vision. Speaking of bikes, it looks like Dimitri going to go for some bikes here, so all or nothing on these 3 bikes. If he doesn't achieve anything with these bikes, he is going to be in an awkward spot. He's going to be behind a Harvester. Meanwhile, we have Technique, who is going for the 3 Harvesters, looking to get a 4th one out now. So yeah, Dimitri held off attacking Technique with these bikes a bit too late, and not to mention this map is massive, so it takes a long time for bikes to traverse across it. So it's not really the best map in the game to rush on. Sorry.
Yep, and only going to be 4 bikes here for Dimitri, so he's going to have a tough road ahead of him to actually do some meaningful damage here to Technique, as he's likely working on his 5th Harvester as we speak. Shredder Turret's probably going to be coming down. Nope, second War Factory coming down for Technique. Not going to sell the MCV. Going to look to go for a pack up here, but now his Harvester's going to be under fire. His MCV was unpacked, so he couldn't get out any. Oh, he didn't pull the Harvester.
He's going to lose a Harvester. There was no need to lose the Harvester. He could have pulled it a little sooner, especially how he had 2 War Factories there. He's got 2 of his Harvesters idle, which is definitely going to help Dimitri out. Those could have been harvesting right now. They were under no real threat.
Yeah, interestingly enough, Technique choosing to pull the 2 Harvesters that were not under fire, and Dimitri just capitalizing on the Harvester that was going back to dock. So not only gets a Harvester, but a full load of Tiberium as well. So about as good as it could get there for Dimitri.
It's interesting to note that Dimitri going for 2 War Factories, but he has not sold his MCV, so maybe he's looking to trick Technique, though I don't think Technique has a single clue what Dimitri is doing right now. So I don't know if Dimitri is going to fully commit to this War Factory play or if he's going to go into economy.
Yeah, and we do see some bike buggy on the top side of the map. It looks like this is Technique's bikes, so he may know that there's an expansion up here. It looks like Dimitri is trying to keep him from seeing anything, but more than likely knows due to the fact that there was bike buggy up there.
And yeah, it looks like these guys are just going to trade evenly with bike buggy. I think they're pretty much the same right now. They're not, neither one of these guys ahead or behind in economy. I think Technique has a refinery queued right now. Dimitri, is he continuing with his bike pressure? Yes, he is. So he might be able to catch Technique off guard if Technique decides to go for a quick Harvester for his second Tiberium field. But yeah, he's just going to stay nearby his War Factory and maintain that defender's advantage.
Yeah, and Technique obviously working on that refinery, as we did see the Harvester, the full Harvester being pulled back to the expansion field, knowing that there's going to be a refinery dropped here any second. Bike buggy on the move here for Dimitri, looking like he's going to try to put some aggression on this expansion, and there's 2 Harvesters here up for grabs, and Technique not looking like he has enough forces to try and defend this.
No,
actually, he's got a decent amount of bike buggy.
Dimitri not really taking that opportunity he had right there. That he was definitely looking pretty good to win that engagement, but no, not anymore. The bike numbers are growing for Technique. Both of these guys do have 3 refineries, though Dimitri doesn't have a second Harvester on his expansion, which is definitely going to be affecting him in this game.
Yeah, and it looks like Dimitri willing to keep the pressure up here. He's trying desperately to kill that Tiberium spike. He finally does get it. So an interesting feature of this map, which I touched on earlier but didn't really get too deep into, was that there are those explosive barrels next to the Tiberium spike, and they spawn with half HP. So taking out those explosive barrels really makes it easy to harass those Tiv spikes, and Dimitri going to be capitalizing on that. Does in fact take down the Tiberium spike of Technique, and in the meantime, the barrels are destroyed for his Tiberium spike, and he's fully repaired it as well. So Tiv spike advantage in favor of Dimitri.
That's true. On this map, if you're Nod, you can go Shadow Team Rush, and you can shoot down those barrels with the Shadow Team and then bomb the spikes subsequently, and it will destroy the spike, which is an interesting rush that you can do on this map. But no Nod in this game, though, so it doesn't really apply here.
An interesting strategy nonetheless, though, since this tournament is mostly just to illuminate different things about these maps here, and yeah, this has just been kind of technical fights back and forth. It looks like Technique is massing up to a decent number of bike buggy as well. He used that decoy army, not quite sure where that ended up though.
I've never seen anyone grab that EMP control center on this map. I think if someone got that, it could really catch someone off guard, really. I think most players don't even know that there's one on this map.
Yeah, I can see that being a problem, but the MCV is on the move here for Technique, and look to go for his second expansion. Should be able to get that unpacked without any trouble at all. And there he goes. And the question is Dimitri going for any kind of an expansion, or is he looking to tech? Looks like his MCV is on the move as well, and should be getting his expansion up and running as well.
This game's kind of like a flashback to the Galaxy game. Yeah. Both of these guys doing the exact same strategy as on that map. They're just circling around one another. The reason why they're doing this is of course, to reveal the map so that they don't get flanked by bikes. Right. And they're just going to go for Scorpion Tank spam. I reckon an interesting thing to do would be to maybe switch to infantry and tech up to maybe a Redeemer. That would maybe hard counter what they're doing right here. Though it looks like both of them are going to continue up with this Scorpion tank spam.
Yeah, and we did see Dozer Blades online for both sides as well, so both are pretty committed to these Scorpion tanks at this point in time. And like you were saying, it's looking like it's going to be pretty much a repeat of the Tournament Galaxy game, and we didn't see that faring so well for Technique. However, he's not at a disadvantage this time around, and well, one of his Scorpion tanks doing a little bit of a dance here as he's all lined up in the middle of the map. But yeah, these guys just spamming on Scorpion tanks. It is interesting to me that, like you were saying, there's really been no divergence in the builds at all. It's like Technique not opting to go into any kind of tech. Same thing for Dimitri, just sticking with tried and true here, and even mixing in a few flame tanks into this composition.
Yeah, and I think if you mixed it up, maybe it would work better off for you, considering the hard counter nature of this game. Some unit types do much better than versus other unit types. But anyhow, Bike Buggy in the bottom of the map for Technique. He's going to probably find a gap here, but no, Dimitri on top of that already. Going to reposition his Bike Buggy force. And do we have a tech center out for either one of these guys right now? Or are they just going to be sticking to this spam, tier 1 spam?
Not 100% certain, but Technique moves in with his Bike Buggy, and while the Decoy Army ate up the majority of the shots early on, did start taking a lot of damage as that fight went on. So Dimitri and Technique exchanging a bit of Bike Buggy there, but actually Dimitri going to be pulling back the majority of his Scorpion tanks. In the meantime, Technique's main Scorpion tank body is moving up to the top side of the map. They have spotted themselves a flame tank, and they are all chasing this down. I think this is a mistake to send all of these Scorpion tanks up there, trying to funnel into that tiny little wall there.
I don't think there's any way to exit that place where that flame tank was, aside from going out the way it came from.
Yeah.
So, yeah, it was pretty much doomed to die there. Okay. Technique has a really big force of Scorpion tanks right now, more than Dimitri, and the reason for that is because Dimitri decided to go for a tip chemical plant. Dimitri now on tier 3, so we can expect a one-click coming out of him, though how's that going to really fare for Dimitri, considering how he is so far behind in Scorpion tank numbers? He could be looking at his base getting taken out if Technique goes for Dimitri's second base, where his tech center is, for example.
Yes, indeed. We do see charged particle beams online for Dimitri, but I don't know how much it's going to matter against all these Scorpion tanks, as we do see Technique starting to move forward, maybe looking to pressure Dimitri back into his base. But I guess knowing that these guys are going to dance around for a bit longer here, as Technique has just an insane amount of Scorpion tanks. I am curious, just to theory craft a little bit here, Technique, knowing that he's going to go for this kind of a strategy, I'm curious, why wouldn't you go Nod in this scenario as opposed to Black Hand? It seems like you'd get the Scorpion tank advantage, you can get that laser capacitor upgrade, and then you also have stealth harvesters. It just seems like there's so many advantages to being Nod in this scenario.
That's true. Especially on a map like this, where your harvesters are not really vulnerable to early game rushes because of the distance being so large. We saw Technique went 5 harvesters and he barely lost a harvester, so he could probably get away with 4 harvesters before responding to a 3 bike rush on this map. And the reason why people pick Black Hand is for those Cabal drafts in the early game to stop rushes.
Yeah, but not going to be seeing that this time around, and a little bit of Bike Buggy exchanging fire with some Scorpion tanks and some buggies up on the top side of the map here between Dimitri and Technique, and it looks like Dimitri going to be faring the better in this fight here, so taking a favorable engagement. Back down on the bottom side of the map, Spectral Artillery getting a great choke point here on Technique, and he's not going to be able to fight through that.
Yeah, a minute ago we saw that choke point was pretty much undefended, but Technique decided to go for Dimitri's defended base where the Redeemer is, which in my opinion was a mistake also. He had the chance to roll into Dimmy's base at one point, but he can't see the whole map like we can, so it's hard to really criticize him on that.
My god, that's a lot of Scorpion tanks though. Holy cow, I've never seen so many on the map at one time. And a lot of flame tanks as well, so jeez, this is going to be a scary fight here as we do see Technique moving in. Radar jamming missile came out from somebody, I'm not quite sure who it was, But Technique in the mix here with Dimitri and not able to use that defender's advantages. Spectre Artillery are all pretty far forward. They're going to be taking a lot of fire. MCV's on bad terrain, taking a lot of damage. But oh my god, that Spectre Artillery shot doing insane damage.
Yeah, that was actually pretty insane. He must have got like 4 to 5 flame tanks with that single Spectre shot.
Wow.
Really. That was pretty well defended there by Dimitri. He's going to save his MCV.
How the MCV survived that fight, I will never know, but the Spectre Artillery reigning supreme, as we saw the fire coming down from the heavens to destroy a lot of Scorpion tanks and a ton of flame tanks as well there from Technique, so definitely faring the worst in that trade.
This is looking good for Technique still because he has an expansion in the bottom, whereas Dimitri doesn't. It looks like Dimitri, knowing that he's behind in that regard, maybe going to look to push Technique with some obelisk, but no, he's probably looking to, I don't know why he moved his MCV there. Anyhow, his MCV gonna get destroyed here most likely.
Yep,
and
no supporting units here for this MCV. It's definitely going to be going down. Laser fences it, but it's going to be too little too late. Going to try to queue an obelisk, but oh man, he drops a refinery as well. That's...
Those Scorpion tanks getting filed in one at a time. Technique gonna get a beautiful engagement there. And the Spectre's also not in the most ideal of places. But he will get a nice
big shot.
There.
Big shot from the Spectre Artillery, just like you were saying. And yeah, these guys trading back and forth pretty heavily here. Those Spectre Artillery doing insane damage.
Well, actually,
the MCV survives.
And he has the Redeemer, so the Redeemer might be able to turn this fight. But no, what's he doing with the Spectres? He must have had those in a move order. Oh, he really needed those to start shooting a little further back. Yeah, this might cost him here. His Redeemer is not going to be quite enough to hold off this vast sum of Scorpion tanks.
My god, this Redeemer just running around like a kid in a ball pit trying to figure out what he wants to step on next, but just too many guns firing at the rear end of that Redeemer. That will go down, and Technique just sheer numbers. Sheer swarm of Scorpion tanks going to win this fight, and it's looking like another obelisk will come down, but I don't know how much it's going to... A double obelisk drop, actually, that might be able to hold the line, but more than likely going to lose this construction yard either way. Yeah,
that's the main thing that Technique was looking for there, to destroy the construction yard so that Dimitri doesn't have abilities to throw down refineries on that field and continue on in this game. Technique just going to basically starve him out here, which is a good strategy.
Yeah, so Technique denying that expansion entirely and also taking down the Redeemer and pretty much all of the Spectre Artillery that was produced at the time here for Dimitri. And Dimitri actually does not have a standing army of any description anywhere on the map.
He does not. And he has no income to really make one either because of that MCV being destroyed. So I think Technique will take this game. So...
certainly looking that way. We'll have to see Technique's army on the move here. He's going to be able to catch out a couple of Harvesters. It looks like it is going to be Fanatics out to try and defend this, but I don't know how much of those Fanatics are going to actually be able to get out here to try and hold off against this force. And I don't know that he actually has an MCD. He does still have an MCD, so that's still a thing. Radar jamming missile coming out. Not sure which side it was from. Probably from Technique, if I had to guess. Could have come out from either side. Nope, actually it was from Dimitri. I believe the missile is missing from the...
Oh! That Fanatic getting triple Scorp kill right there. If I was Technique, I would have gone for the upgraded power plants, denying power to those Shredder turrets, but it's not going to matter because Technique has won the game and the series 4-1.
So that is going to be Technique taking the game, like you were just saying, and in pretty convincing fashion as it went on throughout those engagements. I mean, it was looking pretty back and forth, but Technique just massed up such a large army and just seemed to be macroing slightly better than Dimitri. Dimitri, an interesting choice to get into that Redeemer, get into Spectre Artillery, got some great engagements where he was catching Technique and choke points and things like that, but again, unfortunately, investing so much in units that can't really move around the map all that fast, it does make it difficult to deal with those Scorpion tanks that are able to reposition and be problems all around the map. So Dimitri falling in that game and in the series, and that means that Technique is going to be our winner for today, folks. It will be a 4-1 victory over to Technique in his best of 7 final series, but Dimitri taking second place in this one, taking a game off of Technique and in respectable fashion. It was a pretty convincing victory. But yeah, I don't know. What are your thoughts on the series?
I think Technique played really well. His map awareness and scouting was, as you expect from Technique, just superb. He goes to show that he can just come out of nowhere and win a tournament. So you got to give him credit for that. He hasn't been on at all, and he just logs in and wins a tournament. So yeah, he is certainly up there as one of the best players of this game for that reason. And yeah, really well played to Technique.
Yeah, so Technique winning the first tournament on his own new maps. Probably going to be feeling pretty good about that. But yeah, Dimitri just not able to stick with him through the later portion of that last game. It was looking like it could have gone either way, but I mean, the other game's looking a bit more convincing in Technique's fashion, or rather favor. And yeah, it's just going to be Technique ended up winning the series. So I don't know. I mean, we saw Black Hand Mirrors throughout that series. I know you and I discussed it, not particularly enjoying seeing the Black Hand Mirrors, but they made for some interesting games. It just shows you the divergence of builds and how they can make a difference. But I mean, obviously, we talked about the different options on those different maps. It's interesting to hear about that Shadow Team rush on Het Platland, as I hadn't considered that. It's like you take a single shot with the Shadow Team and then immediately bomb it and it's gone. That's pretty interesting stuff. But I don't know. I'm digging the new maps. They certainly add a bit of new blood into the game. I'm curious how you feel about the new maps.
Well, I just hope that they become ranked soon. I got a word from CGF last night that he has compiled a new map pack, presumably with the ranked maps in them. So yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing these maps ranked because that will entice more people to play on these rather than the official EA maps, which is really the reason why people are playing those more than text maps, because they're just not compatible with the ladder right now. But yeah, they're really good maps. We've been having a lot of fun with them.
Yes, indeed, and I know we had the ranked map consultation over on Game Replays, and I believe everybody overwhelmingly said that they should be added. So I believe this tournament was in anticipation of that move. So again, I don't want to speak on behalf of GR because I'm not quite sure what the decision is just yet, but it certainly looks like it's trending towards those maps going ranked in the near future, if not almost immediately. But anyways, that is going to be it for us here today, folks. Pretty interesting set of games, minus the technical difficulties and some weird stuff going on. And unfortunately not getting to see Leaf in the finals. A weird Game 5 there. But you put on a show for us, sir. Both in that series and joining us here, so I appreciate it.
I tried to play something that isn't Black Hand, and yeah, I wasn't too successful doing that, but better luck next time, man. I guess.
I think Dimitri is going to be having nightmares about that Prodigy in Game 1 for time to come.
I think I was doing really well in the start, but then it just sort of fell to bits in the last two games, and I really lost composure at that point. So, and by the way, I was actually doing a first-person video of those games, so I was actually talking and playing at the same time, so maybe that affected my ability to think properly in a tournament, but I was willing to make that sacrifice.
Well, certainly a possibility, but nonetheless, be sure to check out Master Leaf over on YouTube. You guys can just click on my channel and head over to his from there, as he is linked on the side. But if you don't know, or rather, if you don't want to do that, I think he's youtube.com/MasterLeafCNC over on YouTube. So be sure to check him out. I'm sure you guys all watch him anyways. If you follow Kane's Wrath, he's the guy to be sure to keep an eye on. But anyways, thank you very much for joining me here today. Again, congratulations goes out to Technique for winning the event, and Dimitri for taking second place. I don't think we played a third place match, as I know you joined me anyways, so.
I would be in the third place match, wouldn't I? But
yeah.
No, it's not to be.
So no third place match this time around, but that's all right. We'll say that Leaf is our honorary winner of the third place title. For joining us here today. But anyways, that's going to be it here for us today, folks. Thank you all very much for watching, and I'll catch you all next time.
Peace.
Take care.